Good afternoon and welcome to round 3 of the Gambler here at the stadium at beautiful Raceway Park. We just finished up our warm-up for the 235 class, and we will line up those guys and have them start qualifying in just a few minutes. Thank you guys so much for joining us here in person and on the live stream at home. Make sure you hop in that comment section, let us know who you're rooting for today, and the action will start shortly. Good afternoon and welcome to Raceway Park for round 3 of the Gambler. We're about to start our 235 qualifying in just a few minutes here at 2:30 p.m. And then if you are interested in high roller qualifying, that is at 5 p.m. today. Thank you guys for joining us in person here at the stadium and at home to check out the action here. The points race is heating up, so I'm excited to see who qualifies where and what battles they're going to do later on this afternoon.
All right, we're about to start at 2:35 qualifying here at round 3 of the Gambler at Raceway Park.
We're at the stadium today. I'm excited, Mike. This is the first round at the stadium this season. So I know people either love it or they hate it.
Well, our drivers have had a plethora of practice already. They are locked and loaded. Drivers like Adam Daniels out there laying taillights off of the wall, diving himself in all day today. Looking forward to watching our entire field. We got Rickard Hoffman out with his JZ powered S14, as well as Josiah from the FDF camp, as well as the Skyline from the FDF camp. There's a ton of drivers out here. You want to check them out. Make sure you grab your seats. We're about to get the 2:35 qualifying underway.
All right, we're going to send our first qualifying driver. This is Chris Meyer, our #1 in the points race right now, entering right at that 2 of the 3-2-1 cone. Looks like he fills outer zone 1 really nicely as he transitions into outer zone 2. And around the inner clip, object is to get as close as you can without knocking it over. And he fully fills outer zone number 3 all the way at the edge. Maybe even rubbing some bumper on the wall. What a way to start qualifying.
Yeah, our points leader showcasing why he's up there. Chris Meyer displaying what is a great qualifying lap, a good lead here, but we're gonna have to leave it in our hands of our judges for their final score. We'll announce our scores as we get them computed. As next up, our second points driver, James Revert. James Revert is now taking his qualifying lap in the 2:35 class, waiting him to shoot out from under the... Our judges have the responsibility of judging each qualifying run and scoring each driver. As they're doing math, bear with us. I guess I could introduce you guys right now, but we'll wait. We'll wait. .3 for Chris Meyer, a 90.3.
Yeah, you can definitely tell why he got such a high score. That was a really well done qualifying run there. He filled the zones really nicely. He showed commitment from the jump. He got super close to that inner clip but didn't punt it out of the way. So definitely a really well done run. I think he's got a little bit of room for improvement, obviously, with that 90, but a good way to kick off qualifying.
He's also one of our last man standing in our 2:35 class. Chris Meyer is going up against solo Jesse Moser. Moser and Meyer are the only gentlemen in the 2:35 last man standing. That means whatever driver is the last man standing in that 2:35 class bracket is going to take home an extra $200. Later in our high roller class, we have 6 drivers in our last man standing, 10 drivers total to go out and about. Our qualifying for our high roller class will take place at 5 p.m., so stay tuned for that right after we conclude our 2:35 tire class. Waiting for James Revert to shoot out from that Raceway Park tower to get the green light for his first qualifying lap.
We're just waiting for our media and our track workers to clear the track. Take a moment to shout out for them. Thanks for coming out in this hot weather to shoot some great photos and help us out to keep the track clear for our drivers. We're gonna go ahead and send our next driver, Jimmy Revert. Jimmy is no stranger to competition here at the Gambler, and he enters it nice and smooth right between the 2 and the 1 of that 3-2-1 cone. Doing a great job transitioning from outer 1 to 2. Maybe a little bit of an adjustment there in the middle of outer zone number 2 as he comes across, getting super close to that clip, pouring on the angle as he sets up for outer zone number 3, coming around and over the line.
Definitely a solid first qualifying lap. Should put him in the show. A little shy off the outside 3, but we see him clicking into outside 1 now. Nice and clean through outside zone number 1 as he transitions out to outside 2. That wall of death over there really kicking back at him, but Jimmy doing a great job as James working his way through outside zone number 2, the long one. As he clucks back into that first inside clip, the only inside clip here, and doing a fantastic drive down to outside 3. He lands into that zone, but pulls out just a little early with that bobble, but a solid first qualifying run from James Rayvert. Joining us here at Raceway Park. We have a beautiful day here in New Jersey as we wait for our next driver to take the line, Colin Crozet in that G35, that beautiful silver shining with that sunlight behind that Raceway Park tower, waiting for him to take his first qualifying lap. And we have James Rayvert's qualifying score with a 78.3, a 78.3 for Rayvert's first qualifying lap. Brings up our next driver, Colin, taking his first qualifying lap.
And away we go, entering before that 2 of the 3-2-1 cone, pouring on the angle, coming out of outer zone number 1. Going around the outside of outer zone number 2, doing a great job of filling that zone. Little correction there towards the end of outer zone 2, but sets himself up nicely for that inner clip as he transitions out nice and wide, doing a great job with outer zone number 3. We saw him do a ton of practice laps here today, and you can tell.
Colin showing up today, taking his first qualifying lap. Let's take a look back at it as Colin clicks into outside zone number 1. A great job as Colin with not a lot of inertia going into outside zone number 2. Clicks in early, locks in, and he is on a tantrum streak here. He is locked exactly where he needs to be. A good flow all the way through that inside clip and a ton of energy carried all the way through to outside zone number 3. Colin doing a fantastic job. We're going to have to wait for our judges for the final score, but if it was up to me, Colin, you're up there, bud.
Yeah, I thought he did really, really well. Maybe just a slight hiccup in outer zone number 2. But other than that, I thought he did a fantastic job, especially with outer zone number 3. That might have been the best zone of the day.
While our judges are looking over Colin's replays, the same replays you guys are seeing both on YouTube and Facebook, we're going to get our next driver up in the line, Adam Daniels. Looking for blood out here, taking his first qualifying lap. Looking forward to watching him take his lap here as we got the score for Colin here. An 86 for Colin. He'll take that into the show confidently. Chris Knapp giving the thumbs down to the judges. Did not approve of that, but Adam Daniels taking his first qualifying lap.
And away we go. Adam is moving fast as he comes around outer zone number 1 and transitions into outer zone number 2. He's 3 meters down in practice, and he's looking absolutely settled as he comes out of outer zone number 2 and across that inner clip. Transitioning not quite as wide as we saw him in practice, but getting into outer zone number 3 really nicely and across the line.
Daniels clicking off what needs to be done. Let's see how well he executed as he gets into outside zone number 1. Nice and deep from Daniels in the E36 coupe as he works his way to outside 2. From my perspective, maybe a bit shy, but gets in there. Starts to lock in now. Really getting into his zone now as he works his way into that inside clip. A great job by Daniels as he transitions that last outside zone, and a great, strong qualifying lap here from Adam Daniels here at round 3 of Raceway Park, the Gambler.
Yeah, I think if we could go back to Crosette's run for a second, I feel like if he had cleaned up outer zone number 2, it would have been a much higher score. But still, I think he's got it in him. It's really a great reason why we have 2 qualifying laps there, so he can clean it up a little bit, put some more points on the board.
Definitely don't know if it was strategy of a little bit of a safety net to make sure that he made it into the show, but he does have another qualifying lap, as Sarah just said, to showcase what he's really capable of. You guys at home are seeing the replay on YouTube and Facebook of Adam Daniels taking his first qualifying lap at round 3 at Raceway Park, the Gambler. And Daniels is going to take an 83 for Adam Daniels in his first qualifying lap.
All right, we have our next driver up here. This is Jesse Moser in that red 350Z. Entering before that first part of that 3-2-1 cone, totally allowed to do that. Looking a little bit wide though as he comes through outer zone 1, but does a nice job transitioning into outer zone number 2. He's looking really, really settled, no angle changes through that zone at all. A little bit far off of that one and only inner clip, but he's setting it up nice and wide, getting into just the edge of outer zone number 3 and across the line.
Moser doing a good job through his first qualifying lap here at Raceway Park. The Gambler getting right behind him as we chase him through our layout here. Clicking a little shy into outside 2, but really starting to lock in late. This is a long zone, a lot of real estate for our drivers to both mess up and nail as our judges are judging from way up here in the stands as they look over as he works his way into outside 3. Moser a little bit of bobbles as he clicks into the zones, but otherwise a confident drive from Jesse. Looking forward to watching him dial it out through his second qualifying lap. And Moser with a 72. Moser with a 72 for his first qualifying lap. Our next driver on the line, Jimenez, ready to take his qualifying lap as he shoots out from under that Raceway Park tower.
Jimenez in the four-door E46 throwing it out there and then stopping on the throttle in outer zone number 1 as he comes across that center section into outer zone number 2. He's pouring smoking for the most part, staying consistent through that entire outer zone, which is what the judges want to see. He does take out that inner clip and getting very, very wide, but doing a nice job at filling outer zone number 3. Nice save there, nice first qualifying run by Jimenez.
Jimenez is definitely no stranger to finding the limits out here in practice, taking some spills and falls, but it looks like he's really dialed it in through here with his first qualifying lap as Jimenez is clicked into outside zone number 2. As Sarah said, he's got the wheel speed up, the smoke is chooching off of the back as he clicks through. A little tight in that inside clip, but does a good job keeping it out of the grass this time and away from the wall of death and finishing off strong for his first qualifying lap here at Raceway Park, the Gambler, round 3. And Jimenez with an 85.3, an 85 69.3 for Jimenez in his first qualifying lap.
Up next, taking his first qualifying run is Joshua Cohen in that blue 350Z, entering right at that one of the 3-2-1 cone, but does a nice job of filling outer zone number 1. He's missing the beginning of outer zone number 2. He's right at the edge there, but manages to get in towards the end of that zone. Coming around outside, a little far off of that inner clip, but does a nice job of setting himself up for outer zone number 3. Great first run, putting some points on the board for Cohen.
Josh doing a great job in his first qualifying lap here. You can see he clicks in right before that last initiation point, gets into outside zone number 1 that's already been painted over. The lines from our boxes already been darkened out as all our qualifying and practice for the day. Cohen doing a good job through outside 2, as Sarah said, really locking in towards the end and nails that inside clip. Could be a tad tighter, but doing a great job as he flicks into that outside zone number 3. A little bobble there right before the finish to redirect, but overall a good qualifying lap from Cohen on his first try out. $69.3. Our next driver up in the line, that's my dad, Rich Whiteman, piloting his SR-powered coupe. It's not a pro car, if you didn't know. Not a pro car.
Not a pro car, not like his other cars. He's quite the collection. Anyway, away we go here with his first qualifying run, entering right around that 2 of the 3-2-1 cone, doing a great job with outer zone number 1, and looking fluid as he comes across the track into outer zone number 2. Doing a nice job getting about midway through that zone, maybe a little adjustment there, but getting super close, just barely punting that cone, and setting himself up nice and wide for outer zone number 3. Maybe leaving that a little bit early, but overall, some points on the board.
Do you hear that little SR20 spanks he had to give it to like help her out through the zones? Give a little bit as he clicked into outside zone number 1. A great job from Rich here. A confident drive with that lower horsepower coupe out here, really dialed in. He looks confident throughout his drive. Minimal steering work to keep that car aligned where he needs to go. But overall, a small punt from that front inside clip, but a good transition. Here you can give him a little slap on the butt with an extra clutch kick to get that car over the finish line. But otherwise, a great qualifying lap here from Rich Whiteman. If you guys are joining us on both Facebook and YouTube, thank you for joining us. Make sure you wander about, show a little bit of those sponsors rolling through your live stream here, some love on the social media. Make sure you let them know the Gambler sent you through. You guys are watching Rich Whiteman take his first qualifying lap here at round 3 of the Gambler, and he's going to take home an 80.3 for Rich. That's my dad, Whiteman. Premium sausage, the way sausage should be.
We haven't heard a premio out of you, Mike, in quite a while.
They finally sent the checks. They're greasy, but they're there.
All right, next up on the line, we have Cameron Houghton taking his first qualifying run in that FDF-powered machine. Zooming off the line there, entering between 2 and 1 of our 3-2-1 cones. A little bit shallow on outer zone number 1, but does a great job transitioning out into outer zone number 2. Maybe a bit more settled, if not a correction or 2 in outer zone number 2, as he's coming around, just barely booping that inner clip. Nice job coming around, setting himself up super wide for outer zone number 3. Great job there by Cameron Hutton.
Hutton doing a good job with that FDF skyline, clicking through, using as much angle as he possibly could off the bat. Maybe a little tad too much, didn't get enough beans underneath the throttle pedal to clear out outside zone 1, but he cleans it up here in outside zone number 2, really starting to lock in. I don't really know how he's seeing anything without any headlights in this thing, but he's doing a good job going past that front inside clip. Cameron keeping his composure, keeping that skyline right off the backside of that wall of depth of outside 3, and finishes off strong. Definitely going to be enough to put him into the show, but we're going to have to wait on our judges to give us a final score. .6. Cam with a 76.6.
We are almost all the way through qualifying here. Our second to last driver is Justin Cole in that truck E36, entering right at the 1 of that 3-2-1 cone, well within reason, coming around, giving it all she's got into outer zone number 2. Maybe a little late to enter, but certainly committed as he's coming around outer zone number 2, setting himself up for that inner clip, and nice and wide all the way through outer zone number 3. Nice run, give it up for Justin Cole.
Cole doing a great job. I don't know if you guys can hear it on the live stream, but this boat has one speed. Cole has to floor it and floor it what he does. He may lift off a little bit here in that transition, but then he's right back on the throttle and he is locked in. Justin is no stranger to this vehicle. It is basically half of an E36 at this point. We do know the weight, but we'll keep it a secret. You can see the gooseneck ball on the backside, but I have only good things to say about Justin and his E36 as he clicks off a great qualifying lap here at round 3 of the Gambler. All right, I think Keenan White unfortunately had an engine failure during our practice. We were stoked to see him out here and drive, but unfortunately I do not think that he'll be joining us for qualifying this evening. So instead we're gonna run it back. We're gonna bring back our points leader, Chris Meyer, who's already locked into the show with a 90.3, but Justin Cole is gonna put himself into the show with an 80.6. Justin Cole with an 80.6. As I was saying, that concludes our first lap around our 235 class qualifying. We're going to bring them back for their second qualifying lap. Our Chris Meyer going to be our second qualifying lap driver first on the line. I said that all sorts of
Something like that.
Yeah, whatever. I'm making the stuff up as I go anyway.
For qualifying, we did not do a knockout style qualifying like you're familiar with in FD. Our drivers like it in this series, and we've done it in the past, to do all the way down the qualifying order and then give them a second opportunity to put some more points on the board. A lot of our qualifying is very close. So in this situation, it's sort of in their hands to put down the best run that they possibly can. Well, out in the stadium, definitely the first time of our rounds here during the Gambler Series. We're out in the Drift Stadium at Raceway Park, so definitely a little bit of nerves with these K-rails and cement walls all daunting them at every single turn. So definitely a blessing to have a second lap around here to try to dial it off. And as I say that, Chris Meyer takes a second. Entering right around where he did on his first lap at that 2, looking super committed and very fast coming through the center section. Pouring a ton of angle and like I said earlier, getting very close to that inner clip. Nice job throwing it out for outer zone number 3. Wow. Chris is moving, Mike. Chris Meyer is definitely no stranger from the top of the box here at the Gambler, and it's showcasing here. He's now dialed in even further in his second qualifying lap as Meyer with a confident drive through our zone here. A little tad bit late going into outside 2, but I'm talking millimeters as he gets in nice and solid, works his way to that front inside clip. Meyer nice and tight, a good solid transition to outside 3 as he clicks in the rest of the boxes here that our judges want to see. Our judges' hands are going to see if he can put a couple more points on the board, already sitting with a 90.3. Looking for an improvement.
I'm not good at math, but I'm pretty sure he's not going to best his previous score with an 88 for Chris Meyer in his second lap. Maybe it was the X factor. I was judging the X factor.
Yeah, the judges are elaborating a little bit more to us up here in the tower. They said although that was a more aggressive run by Chris Meyer, he had a few more mistakes. But let's get into our second qualifying run here. Jimmy Rayburn, he's taking his second lap. He's also looking super fast, very committed as he flips the throttle going into outer zone number 2. He's settled in that zone, going almost all the way to the edge there for outer zone number 2. Getting super close to that cone. Ton of angle there as he comes around outer zone number 3, putting at the edge of the track. Wow.
Ray Vert.
What a run.
His time is coming. He is ready. James clicked into outside 1 nice and early. A confident drive through outside 1. Checked in to outside 2, super deep, the back of that S13 right on the K-rail, and he is dialed into outside 2. Very little wobbling as he is locked into that inside clip. A great drive from James right now as he goes into outside 3. I don't know, Ray Vert, I think we might have a new number 1 qualifier.
That was an absolute heater, Mike. Yeah, that was a good run.
Definitely looking forward to watching Ray Vert carry this energy into comp later today. Right after this 2:35 second lap around qualifying, we get into our high roller warm-up and then our high roller unlimited tire qualifying lap. So stay tuned as we get those started around 5 p.m. today. But we have a new number 1 qualifier. Give it up for James Ray Vert with a 91 taking out Chris Meyer.
Remember how I was talking about these qualifying scores are very close? He's only fractions ahead of Chris Meyer, but that will be our number 1 qualifier at the current time. All right, here we go. Colin Cressett taking his second qualifying lap of the day. Tossing it in there, super aggressive at that 2 of the 3-2-1 cone. Fully filling outer zone number 1. And he's giving that turbo V2 all she's got, Captain, as he's coming around outer zone number 2, getting towards the edge of the track, kicking up a little bit of dirt, and taking the cone with him as he comes across the track into outer zone number 3. Definitely an aggressive run, but maybe more mistakes in his previous run. We're going to let the judges tally it up and let us know what they think.
I just get to talk in the stick, so I don't have to do the math. And you can see Colin here, a little wiggle, a nice flick into outside 1, nice and deep, a nice confident flick through there. I transition to outside 2, another confident dive in, a little wobble in as he avoids that K-rail. But once he is back on the throttle, Colin is in it to win it. A little dive off of the track there, but he keeps it under control, back through that inside clip. Back transition to that final outside 3, keeps it off the K-rail and across the finish line. Definitely a solid qualifying lap. Let's see if he can take an improvement off his 86 from his previous lap. And unfortunately, he's going to stick with that 86, only scoring an 84.6 on the second qualifying lap. He'll stick with his first qualifying lap of an 8.6. All right, we got our next driver up in the line, Adam Daniels, clicking into outside zone number 1. A confident dive into outside 1, a ton of energy going into outside 2. Gets it, clicks out, nice and deep, a constant drive off the throttle. Definitely want to see a lot of energy as he carries that through that inside clip. Daniels, a good shove into outside 3, a little shy off the box, but a confident drive over the finish line. All right, as you guys joining us back at home on YouTube and Facebook, you can see Daniels taking his second qualifying lap here, doing a great job through outside zone number 1. He clicks into outside 2, coming out a little shallow here, but he really starts to pour the wheel speed back on and gets his speed underneath of him as that E36 convertible works his way for that first inside clip. Transitions down to that wall of depth, outside 3, a tad shy on the entry, but finishes off nice and strong across the finish line. We'll have to leave it in the judges' hands. I'll take $1. Started at $1. $2, $4, $5, guys, $6, $7, $800, $10,000, $1 million already.
10,000.
10,000 sold to the young lady in the front. Congratulations. I take checks or cash. Company checks are fine. An 84.3 for Adam Daniels, and he's going to better that score, taking that into the show, an 84.3 for Adam Daniels. Our next driver up on the line, Moser, taking his first qualifying lap here, or second qualifying lap.
Doing a nice job through outer zone number 1. Another car that's just absolutely flat out here to stick on that line, but he's doing a pretty decent job through outer zone number 2. Maybe a few corrections there, but not too bad. Getting nice and close to that inner clip as he comes around nice and wide through outer zone number 3. He's looking really settled to me, Mike.
Jesse definitely doing a great job here. One of our last man standing pools, so he got to make sure he makes it into the show to even have a chance to take home that winner's pot. But you can see here in his second qualifying lap, doing a good job through outside zone number 2. As Sarah said, this Z is all or nothing. He is putting the throttle all the way down, trying to manipulate that car through our big, massive Drift Stadium course here as he carries a ton of speed into outside zone number 3, keeping it off the wall of death, and a solid drive out of Jesse Moser here in his second qualifying lap at round 3 of Raceway Park, the Gambler. Jesse's going to take home an 82.3, bettering his first score, an 82.3. He'll take that into the show. Confidence. A great drive out of Jesse Moser as we bring up our next driver, Jimenez, to take his second qualifying lap as he shoots out from underneath that Raceway Park tower.
And away we go for his second qualifying run. Looking super aggressive through outer zone number 1. We can hear him screaming as he crosses the track into outer zone number 2. Sort of floating in there and then lighting the tires off as he comes around to the end of outer zone number 2. Getting super close to that inner clip. Nice job by all of our drivers there today. And nice and wide, exiting outer zone 3 a little bit early, but overall a great run.
Yeah, Jimenez definitely doing a good job in his second qualifying lap as he returns under the Raceway Park tower. Let's take a replay look back at Jimenez's click into outside zone number 1. A deep dive into outside 1. A ton of energy there as he takes that energy into outside 2. Nice and deep into outside 2. He locks in nice and early, getting the wheel speed up and the tire smoke starting to come off the back of that E46 BMW as he works away into that front inside clip, nice and tight. Jimenez got to keep it out of the grass this time. A confident drive in the 3. Finish off nice and strong, but pulls out a little early out of that last zone, as Sarah just said. We're going to have to wait for our judges' final deliberation. As we were watching our replay at home of Jimenez, make sure you guys show your love and appreciation of our sponsor tick roll that there on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. Make sure you show them some love. Tell them the Gambler sent you over. Jimenez is going to hang on to his first qualifying score, only taking home an 84.6. He's going to hang on to his 85.3 from his first qualifying lap.
All right, next up we have Joshua Cohen there. Sorry about that. Joshua Cohen in that blue 350Z. Doing a great job with entry, but looks like a little bit of a hiccup there as he gets into outer zone number 2. Maybe having a tough time keeping the car at angle as he comes around. Taking that cone right in the side of the door. And again, it's a tough time. It's a tough time in general here, but luckily he does have a pretty decent score. He's sitting on a 69.3. So he may keep that. I don't know what the judges are going to say about whether that is a chaseable lead run.
Well, I don't know what that cone said to him, but he wound up and smacked that guy because he was not having it. But Cohen with his 350Z, sounds like the engine's trying his best to try to get this machine around the lap here. But I don't know what this lap is going to go for him, but he already has some points on the board, as Sarah has already said, so we will see him in the show. All right, go ahead with a 65. He's definitely going to lock in with that 69.3 for his final qualifying score. Our next driver up in the line, Rich, that's my dad, Whiteman, piloting that SR20 coupe, 240. Actually, it's actually a Sylvia, isn't it? It's right-hand drive? Yeah. Ooh. Ooh. Left-handed.
And we have Rich Whiteman taking his second run there, entering just before that one, getting really wide in outer zone number 1, coming in with some speed as he comes into outer zone number 2, getting all the way to the edge. Nice shot there by Rich Whiteman as he gets a little bit over the edge there into the dirt, doing a nice job just giving that cone a little bit of a kiss on the way by. A little bit more conservative in outer zone number 3, I think, because he got some dirt in outer zone number 2. I don't know if our viewers at home know this, Mike, but the edge of the track, especially in outer zone number 2, it's a steep drop off. So if you get too close to the edge, it kind of just sucks you right off.
Well, I missed it because I was chit-chatting with Chris Knapp. I turned my head away for 2 seconds, and my dad's out there mowing the lawn. It looks like he just got off the edge of the track there on the outside edge of 2. Does a good job the inside clip as he works his way into outside 3, but here he can drives off just a tad early. You needed to give that little SR20 spank to it. Rich already sitting with an 80.3, looking to find a few more points as our judges are doing the math. All right, Rich is only going to click into a 78.6, so that means he's going to hang on to his first qualifying score of an 80.3. Thank you guys for joining us here at Raceway Park for round 3 of the E-Town Gambler. You guys, we are here in the Drift Stadium waiting for the last of our 235 tire class to take the last 2 drivers of our 235 tire class to take their qualifying laps, and then we're going to move into our high roller, the unlimited tire warm-up, then they're qualifying, and then we're going to do all the comps today.
Yeah, the rule for the high roller class is kind of run what you brung. The rule is kind of there's no rules.
I mean, there really is. Like, we have the safety rules, obviously, but we'll get back to that as our next driver.
For Cameron Hutton's second qualifying run, coming out hot, but then getting a little bit slow on his entry, missing outer zone number 1, but getting into outer zone number 2, looking settled as he's pouring smoke, maybe a little bit of a correction there, coming around to the end of outer zone number 2, looking good past that inner clip as he comes out nice and wide into outer zone number 3. That's how it's done. Yeah, aside from some errors there in the beginning of the run, I think he finished off super strong.
Let's take a look back at Hutton's second qualifying lap here. We just missed outside zone number 1, but it clicks into outside zone number 2, keeping it off the K-rails there. He looks like he's dialed in a little bit of a waiver there, trying to get the car set to angle, set himself up for that first inside clip. Looked like the car was just running out a little bit of a go juice, but he makes it manage all the way into outside zone number 3, nice and deep, holding that skyline exactly where it needs to be and across the finish line. A solid second qualifying lap out of Hutton. We're gonna have to go to our judges for their final scores of how high he gets in there. Hutton currently sitting with a 76.6, looking for a few more points, and he finds them with a 79. A 79 for Cam Hutton in his second qualifying lap. Our last qualifying driver here in our 235 class, Justin Cole, with that gooseneck-equipped E36 truck.
I didn't know they were allowed to drift trucks here.
I mean, technically it's an E36. It just has a hitch in the middle of its subframes, I think.
Interesting.
I think it's literally, there's a trailer ball hitch, a bottle of nitrous, and I believe it's a cooler, but I don't think he has a cool shirt, so I think it's just filled with snacks and like drinks.
Yeah, I don't
and things.
know. A mixed bag back there.
there's no gushers in it, I don't want it.
Oh, yeah, then I don't care. All right, the lights are out and away we go for this last qualifying run by Justin Cole, entering between the 2 and the 1. And again, we're gonna see some insane amount of throttle commitment as he's given it all she's got coming around outer zone number 2. Maybe just a little bit shallow, but he's doing a good job staying smooth as he comes out of outer zone number 2, past that inner clip, and to outer zone number 3. Nice job as he finishes strong there. I don't know if that's going to better his first run.
I just love to watch Putz drive. Justin does a great job as he's throwing this light E36 around. You can hear him is just matted. I have no idea what kind of horsepower this thing makes, but it's not enough. Give the man some more juice as Justin Cole is doing everything he can to make sure that E36 is exactly where the judges want to see. As you guys are watching from that drone at home, you can see through outside zone number 3 a glimpse of that trailer ball hitch, cooler, and nitrous bottle. Cole already sitting with an 80.6, looking to find a few more points on the board, and it looks like he's going to find them with an 82.6, getting a few more points going into our show today of our 235 tire class. That will conclude our 235 tire qualifying here today. We're gonna move into our high roller, the unlimited tire warm-ups, and then we'll get into our high roller qualifying.
Absolutely. Since practice has ended quite a while ago, we're going to allow our high roller drivers to get out there, make sure to shake those cobwebs off and get ready for their 2 qualifying runs. We are scheduled to begin qualifying for high roller at 5 p.m.
High roller warm-up. Attention drivers, high roller warm-up. Your open practice will start at 3:30. I repeat, warm-up will start at 3:30.
And for those of you guys watching at home, we are going to take a quick break here to give them some time to take some practice laps, and we will begin the action back at 5 p.m.
I'm not saying anything weird, but our drone guys, if you guys want to get down and dirty with our drivers during this practice session, we would love to see it. I hope you guys stay tuned here at Raceway Park for round 3 of the Gambler. Hang tight, grab some snacks. We'll be back to the action momentarily. 3:31. They're basically late. These are the big boys, the unlimited tire brung. Run what you brung. Let's see who our first drivers out of the box are. We got Ricky Hoffman getting chased down by Ricky Hoffman.
You blew it!
No boat. You guys at home. As Trevor Root finishes off a clean. Heat, attention all drivers. We're going to move up our qualifying high roller to 4:30 p.m. 4:30 p.m. Warm up. Ryan Hopp, a little bit of confidence in front of him, and guy woke up. I'm excited now. well. Bear with us while we get these dummies off the track. Max is still sending it. You guys will see Max Kimlin's Corvette. All right, well, as you can see, anything can happen here at Raceway Park, the Gambler, even in warm-up. Hey, Gus, it's in outside 3, bud. He spit it out all the way down here.
Follow the sound of our voices.
All right, Max showed up for warm-up, finally. Came out here and just started hitting stuff. So we're going to get that cone, that clipping point back into that inside clip and set up for the rest of our drivers and get right back to the practice here at Raceway Park. If you guys are just joining us online, welcome to round 3 of the Gambler. You guys are watching the high roller warm-up practice session. We are going to start qualifying for our high roller drivers at 4:30. I repeat, 4:30 for qualifying for our high roller unlimited tire. Round 3 of the Gambler.
Here's your time to shine.
Way to go, Gus. You're doing a great job. High knees, high knees. Big round of applause for Gus and his hustle out there. Looking great while doing it. Big appreciation for all our track workers and media people. Thank you guys for hanging out with us today. We have beautiful weather here in New Jersey. Gus is doing even more work? Good for Gus. Good for Gus.
He offered to do this.
He volunteered?
I'm paying him, but he volunteered
Oh,
for this job.
thank God. Good for Gus. Good for Gus. Gus, I heard you like tequila. Hey, you and me, brother, you and me. All right, let's get back to it. Back to the action here of our high roller warm-up practice session. Max Kimlin leading in Lipton. Both these Corvettes locked and loaded. Looking good already. Lipton biting at the side of Kimlin. Both guys avoid contact and the wall. A good save. High roller practice is already getting spicy.
Those golf clubs are going to be everywhere.
Oh, I'm sure his trunk is scattered. The balls are all over the place at this point.
Gosh.
Hey, I'm not stopping anybody. If they're having a good time, that's what they paid for. This is their time. They can do whatever they want. That's their car. nice and silent in our warm-up here for our high roller qualifying. Having a small fire earlier in our earlier practice session, Trevor Root and his team got it back up and running. Looks like it is super solid as Trevor looks locked in. You guys are just joining us. Welcome to Raceway Park for round 3 of the Gambler. You are watching the high roller warm-up for our qualifying here, taking place at 4:30. I repeat, 4:30 p.m. for our high roller qualifying. If you guys haven't already, make sure you wander over to the grease truck, grab a snack. If you're joining us at home, thank you. Show a little bit of love for those sponsors on your bottom right of your screen. Let them know that the Gambler sent you through.
to refer to as getting it out of the way in practice, so that you don't do it during qualifying.
What's the saying? You got to around and find out?
Maybe. Yes, the more you dangle around, the more you find out.
The more you dangle out here. Speaking of dangling, here comes Ricky Hoffman. So if anybody was unaware, Max Kimlin was out on his boat this morning having breakfast sandwiches, I was told. So that's why he showed up late for practice. As you can see here, why he's sucking. Our drivers have a little over a half hour left in their warm-up session here for our high roller qualifying. We are about to see our high roller unlimited tire drivers take it out onto the course for our judges to put down some numbers to see where they were going to sit into our bracket for competition later today. Dirk Stratton looking super solid throughout our warm-up here for our high roller qualifying. Our drivers are clicking away in that last half-hour interval of practice. Our high roller drivers, this is your last chance to get some laps in before it counts. And we put up some points to get you into the show later tonight. For you guys joining us on the live stream, you see those two little tents? Yeah, that's where I'm at. It's the best seat in the house.
East Coast Drift School.
All right, if you guys are joining us online on Facebook and YouTube, thank you for joining us here today. We have a beautiful weather in Raceway Park, New Jersey. We are just waiting for some of our high roller unlimited tire drivers to make their way back out for some warm-up session. They have less than a half hour left before they start the qualifying. They had a plethora of hours of practice earlier in the morning before we got done our gambler class. That's the 235 tire class. Just concluded their qualifying, and we have our number one qualifier sitting there with Jimmy Revert with a 91, sitting at that P1 position going into comp later today. So don't go anyway. We have our high roller unlimited tire qualifying happening here at 4:30, as well as both comps of the gambler and high roller happening tonight. This evening here at Raceway Park, there's also a car show behind us, a ton of rotary-powered cars out in the parking lot. Make sure you go wander, say hello, stop by the grease truck, grab some snacks, and we will get back to the action as soon as one of our drivers ponies up and comes up to the grid. I guess they're complacent now. They're comfy. You want to try again, Sarah? There you go.
Let's try again. We had a lot of practice today. The drivers got to turn a ton of laps, so if nothing else, there's an absolute ton of seat time to be had here at Gamblers. I've always been saying this. And once you're feeling comfy, you don't want to keep going. So I think a lot of the drivers got to that comfy zone and then decided to take a break before
You don't have to
qualifying.
church it up. Tires are expensive, all right? They're not out here just willy-nilly. They got a purpose this weekend.
Exactly.
All right, so we got a little less than a half hour left of that open warm-up practice for our high roller drivers. We've already moved up qualifying a half hour in respect to this little bit of downtime. So we're giving our drivers just the opportunity to come out, shake off what other issues or little changes they want to make before our comp or our qualifying to get them into the comp later today. Lipton getting crazy into outside 2, stays on the throttle, and he's gonna go meet outside 3. Oh wow, Lipton, take it easy, buddy. Composure, that car is in one piece. You did good,
That was bad.
It's a little crunchy, but it's in one piece, bud, you're okay. For you guys joining us on the live stream, if you just saw Lipton take his Corvette into outside 2 a little aggressively, taking the backside of that Corvette into the wall. If you were unaware, Corvettes are mostly made of fiberglass, and then they have a frame either constructed of steel or aluminum. I have no idea what his car is made of, but the back of it's a little crunchy. His car seems to be driving just fine, just has one less taillight and the pocket. 2 less? I guess there is 4 in the back of that thing, right? All right. I kind of pair them together like shoes. You don't sell shoes individually. Do they sell Corvette taillights individually like that? Oh, you're right. They are just trailer lights. They should get the nice LED ones. They got them at like the Loves and stuff. They plug right up. They got the little like grommets. Halos, yeah. Dirk's got some fancy stuff on there though. Look, and Lipton's right back out to take another lap, crunched and all, confidence soaring out of that Corvette now. Lipton's got nothing to fear as he clicks off outside 2. Super deep, almost into a wall out the back. That's the energy we want to see here at the Gambler. Taking a hit on the wall and coming right back and smacking it back in the face. The taillight harness is literally straying in the wind behind the Corvette. The taillights are still there, are they?
It is really far in there.
some fun laps out here, practicing dialing himself off. Really cranking in the entry here. Warm up for our high roller qualifying. 10-minute warning. We will have our high roller qualifying start at 4:30. That means I need our qualifying drivers up to the line and ready to party. I repeat, our high roller driving class, please report to the grid. It is party time. All right, it looks like our warm-up has concluded for our high roller unlimited tire qualifying. That means I need all our high roller drivers to report to the grid for their qualifying order. Our first driver to take his first qualifying pass is going to be Costa.
All right, we're asking all of our drivers to start heading towards the burnout box for your first qualifying run. All of our high roller drivers start heading up so we can get qualifying underway.
We're impatient. It's getting boring out here. Come on, drivers. We're ready to go. Our high roller qualifying starting right now. If you guys are joining us on the live stream at home on Facebook or YouTube, thank you for joining us here at Raceway Park. We have some beautiful weather here, but you guys are at home, get to enjoy your couch. Maybe you're on your cell phone at work. I don't know. I'm not going to tell your boss, but make sure you guys show some love to those sponsors on the side of your screen. Let them know that the Gambler sent you through. If you guys are joining us here live and in person, stop by the grease truck, grab your snacks, grab a drink, make your way over to the seats. We're getting ready to send our high roller drivers out for their qualifying laps. At this time, I'm paging Costa to take your first qualifying lap.
For those of you checking out the live stream, you're getting a bird's eye view of the stadium course here. You can see us underneath the tent in the stands there in front of the East Coast Drift School sign. We're happy to bring you the round 3 of the Gambler here today. We're right about to get into high roller qualifying. These are our big guys. This is the unlimited tire class, so run what you brung, and let's get it started.
If you can't tell already, we're procrastinating a little bit as we collect our drivers for our qualifying laps. We have moved up our qualifying a half hour. We're now 3 minutes late. So that means, drivers, I need you out into the grid, into the burnout box to warm up your tires. Let's get it moving.
Apparently someone's...
You guys are getting a bird's eye view of the bark box, the burnout box, allowing our drivers to warm up their front and rear tires. I don't know what driver's in there currently right now. Who is that? Is that Dirk Stratton? Dirk Stratton is currently, who is our
This is our
points
number
leader?
2. Oh, hang on one second. Our points
sorry.
leader for...
I just threw a whole bunch of math on you.
did,
I
you did.
apologize.
Points leader for Unlimited is Josiah currently. Dirk is in second, only a few points behind him. So finishing well at this Gambler could mean the order of our current points standings would switch up.
So I am just an unintelligent human being that's been put here to yell inside of this stick, but I'm just going to thank you. I'm just going to assume, because we have Dirk Stratton pulling up to the grid, that Costa is unable to make it up for his first qualifying lap. We'll have to wait for confirmation, but it looks like we're going to send Dirk Stratton out for his first qualifier.
And away we go. Dirk takes his first qualifying lap here, entering about the number 2 and immediately jumping on the throttle. Doing a great job with outer zone number 2. Looking absolutely outer zone number 2 across the one and only inner clip. And coming out nice and wide to outer zone number 3 across the line.
That Stratton Chevrolet Corvette screaming in the Drift Stadium here. That Oracle lights on the side, right on the, Jesus. Dirk's using all that angle on that Corvette as he works his way through outside zone number 1, going to outside 2. Dirk is locked and loaded, a ton of inertia in that car as he works his way through that giant outside 2 on the backside of the course, clicks through that inside clip, transitions down to the wall of death and outside 3. Dirk Stratton showcasing why he's number 2 in points. Well, let's see, we'll have to wait on the judges' points to see where he will land in the show later today. And a 94.6 for Dirk Stratton, a 94.6 for his first qualifying lap.
Starting off super strong there with that score. I think he'll sit at number 1 for a while unless any of the rest of our drivers here can knock him off that spot.
Well, we have a plethora of drivers that are already signed up for the last man standing, as well as other drivers here looking to take out our strong drivers, as well as Brian Hopp, Josiah Feliz, and a whole bunch of other drivers here. Trevor Root was on fire during practice, so I'm looking forward to watching the rest of these guys qualify. But up next, we have Lipton taking his first qualifying lap.
Absolutely. We saw Lipton taking a ton of practice laps today. We can see him putting down his first official qualifying run. He's looking pretty darn settled there, not making any mistakes in outer zone number 2, coming around that inner clip and setting himself up nice and wide, maybe entering 3 a little bit late, but filling it completely and exiting it nicely there. Great first run for qualifying by Lipton.
Oh, wow. Chris Knapp just pointed out the fact that Lipton's Corvette looks brand new. He literally deleted 2 taillights off in the warm-up practice, and now he's out here in that does he have 2 of these?
Is he magic?
He might. He might just have, bumper budget. He's got the bumper budget. Or it's urethane. It might be urethane. Either way, Lipton doing a great job throughout his qualifying laps here. You can see him starting to click off outside 3 and finishing off super strong. He's definitely going to see the points on the board. We're going to have to wait on the judges to see where he lands in the bracket. And Lipton with an 85. Lipton with an 85 in his first qualifying pass.
Up next, we have Max Kimlin. Max joined us a little bit late in practice, but looking pretty good as far as the laps that we saw.
He was out on a boat having breakfast sandwiches, is what I was told.
That's right. Yes, more important. Anyway, here comes Max for his first qualifying run, entering before the 2 of the 3-2-1 cone. Filling just the edge of outer zone number 1. He's absolutely moving as he comes around to outer zone number 2. Setting himself up nicely, looking absolutely settled, coming around the edge of outer zone number 2. Small adjustment right there, and he takes the cone with him. Oh, no. Announcer
Hi,
Chris.
Max.
He was doing
bud.
good. Hey. We are glad that he didn't get a piece of the wall there. And the good news is the drivers get a second qualifying run to try to put some points on the board, so he's not out of the running just yet.
If you are new to drifting, which most of you who are joining us are not, but if you are, our drivers cannot spin anywhere on the course, as well as not spin past the finish line. They need to maintain a controlled drift through the entire course. Unfortunately for Kimlin, that's not going to put points on the board and get him into the show, but like Sarah said, he has another lap to try to prove his worth, as he has to prove to the judges to get some points on the board to get him into the bracket for the comp later today. We have our next driver up on the line, Josiah. That FDF S14 ready to take his first qualifying lap.
Yeah, and as you were saying earlier, Josiah is currently the points leader for the high roller class, so it behooves him to do well today so he can stay in that first place spot.
I also believe Kevin Calbasa is in P3 in the points.
Kevin, I think, is in 235.
Is that a different point series?
Oh, it is.
Either
yeah,
way,
he's
he's not
points.
here, right?
Not here.
Yeah, Kevin, if you're
vacation.
watching, you're throwing points away, bud.
Yeah, 100%. This is a good event. It has a little bit different of a turnout than normal, so it's definitely going to be a shake-up to the points. But away we go. Josiah taking his first qualifying run, entering super, super early. Pouring on the angle and the smoke as he comes around to outer zone number 2. He barely gets pick up the car there. Settled as he's moving through outer zone number 2. Just off that cone. That's right where we want to see him, but he's getting very, very wide in outer 3. but he manages to stay off the wall, which we like. Might lose some points there for going wide, but.
That's why, when in doubt, you throttle out every time. If you're scared, you floor it. Josiah doing a great job through outside 1, clicking into outside 2. Josiah is no stranger for doing exactly what the judges need, and that car is a rocket ship. That machine is ready to do what is necessary here today to put it on top of the box. He got a little greedy going to outside 3, but showed his composure, super comfortable behind the wheel of that thing. Looking forward to his second qualifying lap. A few points will be shaving off in the judges' eye for that, but he still will have a great showing. Looking forward to seeing his second lap. Our next driver to qualify, Trevor Root, pulling up, warming up his tires right now. He'll take his first qualifying lap momentarily after our judges finish deliberating. And Josiah with a 78.3, a 78.3.
I think the judges definitely took some points off for that outer zone 3 there, and if he can clean that up, I'm sure he can grab some more points on the board.
Yeah, there's only a few zones here at the Drift Stadium here at Raceway Park, so big moments like that, especially in the big danger points, dumping into outside 2 and dumping into outside 3 are big no-nos to make those kind of mistakes happen. Let's see if Trevor Root can pull together a clean lap for his first qualifier.
Big FD guy Trevor Root entering at the number 2, doing a good job filling outer zone number 1, looking super smooth and committed. Outer zone number 2. He leaves 2 and gets super close, punching that cone, tosses it in a ton of angle in outer zone number 3. Nice job there, staying out of the wall like we like to see.
Trevor Tree.
Trevor Tree is back. I think he was banned. He was demoted to Root.
No, it's just weird, like it's weird plant stuff.
Right, okay.
You have to set it on fire so it grows back stronger.
Right.
I don't know.
Like a pine tree.
A girl with a crystal told me that once. While we're waiting for Trevor Root's score, just a reminder, Dirk Stratton sitting P1 with a 94.6. Dirk Stratton with a 94.6. I believe the highest score we've seen today. And Trevor Root, he's going to lock in with an 89. Trevor Root with an 89.
Up next on the line, we have Daniel Malvasio, also known as Danmo, which is much easier to say, so I'm going to be saying that.
With a name like Danmo, he needs to come out here with some energy.
Yeah,
I feel like his action figure would have like a special
first showing at
switch
the
on it,
Gambler?
do something cool.
Here he goes, entering number 2 at the 3-2-1 cone, doing a good job filling outer zone number 1. Maybe a little bit shaky on the throttle as he's entering into outer zone number 2. Great job exiting as he gets super close to that inner clip, but does not touch it. An absolutely great job in outer zone number 3. Just getting right about midline on that zone, but still super settled, very fast. Great job there.
We have a great view from the tents here. We can see the calm and collective driver sitting in the driver's seat of that E46 as he works his way throughout our course here today. Danmo doing a great job getting into outside zone number 2. You can see his car, very little steering inputs, trying to get that car lined up for that inside clip. It looks like he has a good trajectory into outside 3, a good drive, a lot of confidence, a bit shy in that outside box, but left me something to clean up in his second qualifying lap. But nonetheless, some points on the board. We just have to wait for our judges to get the final numbers. If you guys are oh, we have a score. An 80.6 for Danmo, an 80.6. Danmo put himself into the show, looking to get a few more points in the second qualifying lap. We'll have to wait a few to run it back. Our next driver up on the line, Bystrack, taking his first qualifying lap.
Yeah, Max Kimlin is a big Bystrack fan, so hope to see him do good out here today. Nice job entering between 2 and 1 of those 3-2-1 cones, looking really settled through outer zone number 1. Small adjustment getting into outer zone number 2, but he's hard to see the car. Looking settled coming across that inner clip. He does punt it, but he gets out nice and wide to outer zone number 3. But unfortunately does not stay there. He does miss outer zone 3 quite a bit. However, that'll be some points on the board, and hopefully he can do a bit better on his second run.
All right, it looks like Bystrack's going to definitely get the points, just like Sarah said. He looks like he clicked right into outside 1, a ton of angle, a big dump into outside 2, a little shy, but gets in nice and loaded, gets where he needs to be. Looks like he's nice and settled, a little switch into that inside clip. He gets right into that inside clip, a little punt with the front bumper, transitions out to outside 3, and pulls out away from outside 3. Definitely not what we wanted to see. I don't know if you guys can hear it from the live stream, but I think his knee locked up on his clutch or something going in outside 3. You know, he walks a lot, so he might have knee problems.
I don't know. He's also a really tall guy. I don't know how they fold him into that car.
They really do fold him in there. Like, I'm pretty sure he sits in the back seat. Like, he has the stock S13, like, bench seat in the back. The cage is custom.
Just drives from the back. Well, whatever he does, he better do it a little harder in 3, and I think that'll be a darn good run.
Well, nonetheless, he's got some points. He'll be in the show. He's just looking to put himself into a better position for comp later today. And Matt Bystrack with a 79 for Matt Bystrack in his first qualifying lap.
All right, we have our next driver on the line. You can hear him before you see him. It's Brian Hopp in that MA Motorsports machine. Driving like the VQ car as he comes across the center section and gets into outer zone at number 2. A little bit of a shaky entry there, but he's doing a great job as he comes out of 2. Super close to that clip. Great job there and coming into outer zone at number 3. Again, getting in the zone just slightly late, but doing a great job exiting that zone, staying nice and deep. Nice first run by Brian Hopp.
I might be biased, but that is a good-looking car. Anyway, Brian Hopp taking his first qualifying lap here. That MA Motorsports engine package sitting nice and pretty underneath the hood, and you can hear that thing screaming as he's working his way through our course here on the Drift Stadium. Brian Hopp doing a great job clicking into outside zone number 2. A ton of vehicle speed here as he manipulates his machine past that inside clip, transitions down the outside 3. A ton of confidence out of the drive. Love watching Brian Hopp drive here at the Drift Stadium. Looking forward to watching him compete, but we'll have to wait for our judges for our final number score. He made a bunch of noise, but it's all a matter of where you land in the box. And Brian Hopp with an 82.3, an 82.3.
Next up, we have our final qualifier for the High Roller Series. Local to this track, we have Ricky Hoffman, another former Pro Spec driver. He's looking to put down some points on the board here. This will be his second Gambler of the Year, I believe. And away he goes.
Hood pin's intact this time.
He had his hood open in practice, so hopefully that stays shut. But he does a nice job entering at that 2 of the 3-2-1 cone, filling out his own 1 nicely, and getting in super settled, looking good, and forward smooth through outer zone number 2. Small hiccup there, not sure what's going on, but he does a good job around that inner clip and coming all the way out to outer zone number 3. Aside from that hiccup in 2, that was a pretty decent run there by Ricky Hoffman.
All right, Ricky Hoffman taking his first qualifying lap here, letting that Jay-Z sing as he clicks off that outside zone number 1. That S14 starting to manipulate through outside zone number 2, starting to put the wheel speed in. You can see a little bit of a bobble here mid-outside 2. Looks like it fell just slightly off the power band as he gets it backed up in front of that inside clip. Transitions out to outside 3. Ricky Hoffman getting into the box, doing what he needs to do. It's going to up to the judges how much that fault through outside 2 is going to weigh into him. But nonetheless, a great run. First qualifying run here from Ricky Hoffman. Looking forward to watching him in the show later tonight. And Ricky Hoffman with an 82.6, an 82.6 for the Rickster.
That will be better than Brian's score by 0.3. Isn't that fun? All right, so now we're going to go ahead and go to the top of our order, starting with Tiago Costa, if he can make it out, which I'm getting a head shake. I believe he's having some car trouble. He's not going to be able to make it out for this run.
Once again, I'm not a doctor, but Dirk Stratton's shooting out from under the tower, so I'm going to say Costa's not here.
All right, Dirk Stratton taking his second qualifying run, looking just as aggressive as he exits outer zone to number 1. Coming in outer zone 2, looking super smooth, almost no That's how it's done as he comes around that inner clip and all the way to the outside of outer zone number 3. Wow. If that wasn't 100 points, it's darn close.
I mean, already our P1 with a 94.6. Dirk Stratton showcasing what the judges want to see. A dump into outside zone number 1. No lift of the throttle. Drives it all the way into outside 2. Drives that Corvette smoothly and confidently all the way through outside zone number 2. You can see him using the back end of the car to manipulate it through that front inside clip. Transitions out to outside 3. Almost no lift of the throttle there. And right back through. The wheel speed still high. And a great lap for Dirk Stratton as he goes over the finish line. You guys at home get to see the replay on repeat and our same that our judges are using to come up with our score as we speak. Looking to improve off his 94.6 from his previous lap, and it looks like he's going to make it happen with a 96. Dirk Stratton with a 96 in his second qualifying lap. So Chris Knapp, you and I both kind of looked at each other and said, where was those 6 points on the board? Do you want to like come back? 4 points. I'm sorry. See, this is why I got the stick and I don't do the math. There are 4 points on the board. And never mind, I got to shut up because Lipton's taking his second qualifying lap as we speak.
I hope you guys wanted more Corvette because you're getting some more Corvette. Lipton entering, but it looks like he's having trouble keeping the car sideways. Not sure if there's a mechanical failure there, but he's almost straightening in 1. He's doing a little bit better in 2, but this is not the lap that we saw out of him the first time. He's doing a good job in the inner clip as he's coming into outer zone. Sorry.
Woo! Lipton, all 4 taillights back in the Corvette.
Sorry, Mike, I swallowed a bug.
Yeah, me too.
I'm
a lot
alive,
of bugs out here.
I'm still alive, luckily.
But Lipton's doing a great job through his second qualifying lap here, taking that Corvette around the Drift Stadium here at Raceway Park for the round 3 of the Gambler. Lipton doing a good job trying to manipulate that C5 Corvette through that first inside clip, transitions out to that outside 3, got to keep it out of the K-rail, back on the box, and Lipton finishing off nice and strong. You guys at home enjoy that replay as our judges are figuring out the math. All right, with a 75.3, he's going to hang on to his 85 of his first qualifying lap. So Lipton with an 85 going into his qualifying into comp later today. Our next driver up on the line, Max Kimlin, another Corvette, a C6, or at least what's left of it, ready to take his second qualifying lap. No points on the board. This is do or die for Max.
All right, Max, we believe in you. Yet another Corvette here. We want to see him put down a complete run, which he's doing.
Well,
I think that's a save.
It will do.
Luckily, we have our drone pilots here so we can see a replay. Let's watch him finish his run up here. I mean, to me, that might be a complete run.
So,
he did sort of make a mistake where you're allowed to be transitioning anyway. So
that
he
is
wouldn't,
a decel.
Yes.
But that was a hell of a decel.
The judges are deliberating right now. They're going to take a look. So that section of the track is where you are transitioning from one angle to the other. So there was a little bit of goofy action, for lack of any better words, but it might be all right because it was in that spot.
Yeah, so this track only has a few decel points, one of them being into outside 2, the other being into outside 3. Both of these zones are basically our drivers are shoving their machines at the wall, and if they do not do well here, then they can have it. But unanimous? 69. All right, Max Kimlin with a 69. Nice. Our next driver up on the line, the FDF man himself, Josiah.
It's not another Corvette, but he is building one. So maybe next time we'll see a whole field of Corvettes.
I heard he's going to let me drive the 14 when he brings the Corvette.
Where'd you hear that?
That's
Your
what I
dreams?
heard. So anyway, here comes the
All right,
second
here we go.
qualifying lap.
All right, Josiah is coming hot out the gate as he does, entering it between the 1 and the 2. Doing a great job there in outer zone number 1. And looking smooth into outer zone number 2, but not quite as deep as I'd like to see him get in that zone. Doing a good job as he's coming across that inner clip and transitioning out to 3. He gets nice and deep, but not too deep this time. That might be some more points on the board there.
Josiah doing a great job in that second qualifying lap there. You can see that FDF S14 is planted to the asphalt here in the Drift Stadium at Raceway Park. You can see Josiah giving a little bit of manipulation with some left foot braking, setting himself up for the zones, but he is locked and loaded into outside zone number 2. Our drone guys here at the Gambler are chasing him down through that inside clip. You guys get to see his drive into outside 3, coming right up to that wall of death, where Josiah is no fear of this man going into competition. He's already sitting on a 78.3, looking to make an improvement. His first score is clicking in right now, and it looks good for Josiah. He's looking to take out our number 1 qualifier, Dirk Stratton, sitting there with a 96. And he's going to lock in with an 83.6, an improvement off his first qualifying lap, but not taking out that P1 position. But I believe that does put him into P2.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be really tough because both of his laps were flawless, in my opinion, or very close to flawless. So in order to take him out of number 1, you would have had to, I don't know, levitate. So, job well done by Josiah Flays, and now we get to check out Trevor Root. All right, Trevor Root coming up for his second qualifying run. Enters right at that 2, looking super smooth as he comes out of outer zone number 1, and equally as dialed getting into outer zone number 2. A lot of throttle commitment out of Trevor Root. This is that old school Root driving here as he gets super close to that inner clip, and coming around outer zone number 3. Another very well done run, in my opinion, by Trevor Root.
Trevor Tree! Trevor Root doing a great job in his second qualifying lap here. He clicks into outside 1 in its completion, transitions over to outside zone number 2, getting nice and deep, getting the backside of that E36. This is actually his pro car, not the airplane car. This is the one he actually cares about. He's been burning it down through practice, doing a great job in that inside clip, transitions out to outside 3. Trevor Root doing exactly what the judges need. Now it's up to our judges to do the math and give them the numbers. And the math is looking good for Trevor Root as the scores are coming in from our judges, looking for our last judge to lock in his score. And a 91.6 for Trevor Root, a 91.6, putting him up into P2. That boy is on fire.
Although he is figuratively on fire, we are very glad that he is not literally on fire like practice.
Not anymore.
Yeah, thank goodness.
He was on fire. He fixed it, though.
It's okay to be on fire just a little bit as a treat. All right, next up we have Demo coming in with that E46. Looking super smooth coming into outer zone at number 1. Getting into outer zone 2, just a little bit looking settled towards to grab that inner clip. And he comes around, tossing the angle for outer zone number 3. It's a nice job there. Maybe leaving that a skosh early, but still, I think that was better than his last run if I had to wager a guess.
I mean, this is why I don't do the math by talking to the stick, but Danmo definitely looking like he made some improvements here in his second qualifying lap as he clicks through outside zone number 1, transitions into outside 2, a little bit of a waiver there, but gets right back on with a confident clutch kick, back into the throttle, definitely locks himself into his steering inputs, using his throttle to transition the car into that inside clip, and gets right next to that inside clip, transitions out to outside 3. Danmo doing a great job through outside 3. It's in the judges' hands now to see where he places into the show. Danmo currently sitting with an 80.6. Got a couple more points on the board with an 85.3. Danmo with an 85.3, improving off his first qualifying pass. Our next driver up on the line, Matt Bystrak.
Yeah, Max Kimlin is Matt Bystrack's #1 fan. I heard he really wants to get a Bystrack sticker so he can put it on his Corvette. He actually bet on him today in the last man standing competition, so we can hear him cheering in the stands. He's excited to see Bystrack take his second qualifying
If you do
lap.
see Max Kimlin out and about in the pits, make sure you ask to see his Matt Bystrack autograph. It's on his cheek.
All right, we can hear him taking off here for his second qualifying run. Matt Bystrack entering right at that 2 of the 3-2-1 cone. Doing a nice job with outer zone #1 as he tosses it across the center section, getting into this a little bit. Now as he goes on the angle, going on the smoke, coming around the track to grab that inner clip, and transitioning out to outer zone #3 as he's pouring on the angle there. Definitely a little bit of a correction going into 3, but I think he got deeper than last time. So let's see how the judges want to break that down. Thankfully, we have our replay here, and I'll let you break it down there, Mike.
Well, you definitely want to see him go deeper than that since the last time here in the second qualifying lap as Matthew Bystrack is checking the box off in outside zone #2. We need to make sure that that car is being manipulated with throttle and not steering input going into that inside clip. Matt doing a great job at transitions into outside 3. But you can see here just a little shy of the box, and that's not going to make our judges happy. Matt Bystrack with a 79 in his previous qualifying lap, looking to make some improvements here, and he will with an 82. Matt Bystrack with an 82 in his second qualifying lap. If you guys are just joining us here on YouTube and Facebook, thank you. We are here at round 3 of the Gambler. You guys are watching the High Roller. That's the unlimited tire class taking place. They're qualifying right now. We have a few drivers left, but our next driver, Brian Hopp, shooting out from under the tower.
All right, here he goes in that ME Motorsports powered vehicle, entering right at that 2 there, looking more settled, more committed than his first run. Doing a nice job floating it out to outer zone #2, getting in that zone. He's settled now. He's pouring on the angle as he exits 2. Just a little bit off of that clip there as he's in transition into outer zone #3, about halfway through the zone there. I don't know if that's going to be better than his first run there, Mike.
I'm not an expert here, but Brian Hopp is driving a literal rocket ship. He's driving to drive this thing like that VQ car he used to have, and he's just hop-quaking this thing into the zones. He is driving that thing with a ton of speed. It is entertaining to watch, but he's just slightly mixing those boxes on the entry. He's checking off that machine through the rest of the course and getting in just a slightly late, but once he's in that box, that thing is locked and loaded and zooming away into that next judge area. So we're going to have to wait for our judges' criteria to see where our points are going to lie to put him into the show, but Brian Hopp already sitting with an 82.3. He has plenty of points to put him into a good spot into the bracket, but looking for an improvement here in his second lap, waiting for our last judge to lock in their score as we speak. And an 81.6, he's not going to find that improvement with an 82.3, so he'll hang on to his first qualifying lap. Our last high roller qualifying driver to take his second qualifying lap, Ricky Hoffman, about to shoot out from under the Raceway Park Tower.
We can hear him go ahead and start in that S14 as he comes across the start line and enters right around that 2 of our 3-2-1 cones. He does a great job filling outer zone at #1, transitions just a little bit early in outer zone #2, so he doesn't get quite as deep as we'd like to see there, but he does a great job exiting that zone, grabbing that inner clip, and coming nice and deep to outer zone at #3, but he does exit there just a little bit early as well.
All right, Ricky Hoffman already sitting with an 82.6, slightly ahead of Brian Hopp by 0.3 of points. He's looking to take a few more points on the board to put himself into a more confident space into the bracket. Ricky Hoffman's car and himself look dialed. He just needs to make sure he does the checklist that the judges want to see. While you guys are patiently waiting for our judges to make our decision, that is going to be our last qualifying driver of our high roller, but don't go anywhere. We're going to jump right into our 235, our gambler class, back into our comp. We're going to let our drivers slightly warm up after our quick drivers meeting, and then we jump right back into the action here as both our gambler 235 tire class and our high roller unlimited tire class will both be competing later today. So make sure you guys don't go anywhere. Grab some snacks as our judges put in our final scores for Ricky Hoffman with a 78. He's going to hang on to that 82.6, just 0.3 points. Attention drivers, attention drivers. We are going to go with our 235 Gambler class at 5:30. I repeat, our Gambler class will start at 5:30. Attention all drivers, I need you guys for your bracket meeting at 5:15. I repeat, 5:15. You will then wait for us to show up with your brackets. I need you guys ready at 5:15 for your bracket meeting, and then we'll start this show as soon as possible. We don't want to leave our guests, both live and on live stream, waiting any longer than they have to. So please have yourselves ready for your bracket meeting at 5:15 and ready to drive at 5:30. At this time, please report for your bracket meeting at 5:15. Your bracket meeting will be at 5:15. Our judges are making their way down from the tower as we speak, so our drivers, please do not have them waiting. Please congregate at our drivers meeting location immediately. If you are just joining us, welcome to Raceway Park, the Gambler. This is round 3. Our drivers are in their bracket meeting, concluding here in moments. We will get our competition here of our Gambler class. That's our 235 millimeter tire restriction class. Those drivers are bracketed. They are getting set now. Our drivers are going to warm up their tires, machines, and then we get right into the party. The 235 Gambler class, the comp starts here momentarily. Here at Raceway Park. This is round 3 of the Gambler. So you guys at home joining us on Facebook and YouTube, thank you for joining us here. We have beautiful weather here at Raceway Park for you guys for 2 comps tonight. The Gambler class is a 235 tire, and as well as our high roller. That's an unlimited run what you brung class. I mess that up every time. I'll get it dialed in as we work through our classes here tonight. We have 2 comps, so make sure you guys stay tuned for the party here momentarily. Grab your snacks, grab your seats. This is round 3 of Raceway Park, the Gambler. Thank you guys for your patience here at Raceway Park. If you guys are joining us both on Facebook and YouTube, thank you. You guys are joining us here at the Gambler for round 3 here in the Drift Stadium at Raceway Park. We are gathering up our 235 drivers for our competition here, our high rollers to go after. We are just waiting for our drivers to get their machines into the burnout box, warm them up, and get locked into their bracket positions, and we'll get this party underway. Once again, we thank you guys for your patience. This would be a great time to grab your snacks, find your seats here in the bleachers. We have a beautiful night here at New Jersey. We're looking forward to watching both of our classes, the Gambler and the High Rollers, battle it out here for the big checks to stand on top of the box. You guys will have to stay tuned to see who's going to take home the win. All right, at this time, I need all of our Gambler class. That is the 235 tire class. I repeat, all 235 Gambler class drivers report to the grid.
If anyone is curious about the brackets and how everything turned out, or if you did not get a bracket during the drivers meeting, just head on over to the Gamblers Instagram. It is posted there as well. You can go ahead and share that. Thank you to everyone who turned out today, all of our car show attendees as well. We're about to jump back into the action with the 235 class battles. We do have a last chance battle to get into the 8th spot. There'll actually be 2 battles there in order to earn that 8th place spot, so you're not going to want to miss this. Just for our drivers, attention all drivers, we will be running the brackets bottom up. That's the order that we will be running the battles. First, we'll be running the last chance battles, and then once we're into the regular bracket, it will be bottom up. So just make sure you're ready, make sure you're on the line in time for your battle.
Sounds good.
With that being said, just get up to the grid. We're tired of waiting for you. We're ready to party. Gambler, let's go.
Cameron Hutton and Joshua Cohen, we need you guys up on the line. You are our first battle here. Cameron Hutton and Joshua Cohen. Now, if you guys are looking at that bracket and you're confused because those names are not on it, these 2 drivers will need to battle their way into the 8th place spot. The winner of this battle will go up against Perez's dad, Rich Whiteman, for that 8th place spot.
Yeah, so there is 2 last chance battles here. We're trying to run a top 8 single elimination bracket, so these last 3 drivers will have to fight it out for that single spot where they'll go up against Jimmy Revert. All right, it looks like we're just waiting for our drivers here. Patiently waiting for our drivers. We'd like to thank you guys for your patience here at Raceway Park live and online, both on YouTube and Facebook, for joining us. If you guys are joining us on the live stream, this would be a great time to take and show some love to all those event sponsors that help make this event series happen. Make sure you show them some love, let them know the Gambler sent you over, and then sit tight. We'll get down to the party here in just moments, as soon as our lazy drivers make it up to the grid.
While we're waiting for our first battles to start, we do have a treat here from everyone's favorite driver, Max Kimlin. He's going to try to do a burnout, and if this is not good, we're going to bully him.
Well, there is a small engine underneath the hood of this thing. Big V8 with a massive turbocharger underneath the hood of this Chevy. Max Kimlin just out here.
So far, he's doing a great job of staying out the grass, but I am not feeling good about it.
I mean, he's behaving himself right now. He's doing a great job. Look at him wheeling that thing. Front axle in the grass, weaseling it back through. Make some noise for Max Kimlin.
If we could only see that level of passion and commitment during his regular driving, I think this would be another story.
To be honest, I mean, those lines he's leaving out there looks like his practice lap. So hopefully his Corvette is going to show him a little more love. Look, it's Barack.
No, we're mad at you. You don't compete with us anymore. I'm just kidding. We have a guest here joining us in the stands to watch the action. We have both of the Barbie boys here, some Gambler regulars who have joined us to say what's up. So we're glad to have him out here today as a spectator, if not as a competitor. But with that lovely show opener, I think we can go ahead and kick off our very first battle here. This is the first battle to get into the top 8. So these drivers have a lot on the line here. The loser is going to go ahead and go home.
All right, we're about to get this party started here at that Raceway Park Tower, shooting out our first 2 drivers in that last chance battle here. Cam taking that lead in that FDF Skyline. Getting chased down by the 350Z going into outside zone number 2. Hutton doing a good job clicking into outside zone number 2. Holding confidence all the way through that outside zone, keeps it on the asphalt, curls it back into the inside clip, transition back to the outside 3. Hutton doing a great job through outside 3, doing a fantastic job in the lead position.
That was a great first opener. Some aggression from both parts there for those drivers. Cohen in the Z was doing a pretty darn good job and sticking with our lead driver here, maybe giving him a little bit too much of a gap in 2, but as you can see on the screen, they're reeling him in. That was an excellent lead run there by Hutton as well, so I'm excited to flip them around and see what they can do in opposite positions.
I mean, Cam had this thing hidden because he did not do that in qualifying and practice. So Cam just threw down a heater. We're going to look forward to the second half as we flip them around. They have now swapped positions, waiting for that green light to illuminate on that repurposed drag tree underneath that Raceway Park tower. If you guys are just joining us, this is round 3 of Raceway Park, the Gambler. This is the 235 tire class, the Gambler class.
And away we go. This time, Cohen is going to lead, and Hutton will give chase. Cohen putting a large length on Hutton. Hutton getting the wall there a little bit. Both drivers straightening simultaneously.
In sync. That's what we ask of them.
That is not the type of in sync, I believe, that we are asking for, but they managed to get it back on track and finish out the run. I definitely want to take a look at the replay here and really break this down and see what was going on. I know Cohen was coming in hot, and he really put a long distance on Hutton, and Hutton was trying to play a game of catch-up, so maybe sent it a little too hard in 2. But why did Cohen straighten?
Well,
Great
Cohen,
question.
I know that 350Z has been fighting him back and forth throughout practice. It looks like he just fell out of the power band. Cam doing a good job keeping that skyline out of the side of that 350Z going through outside 2. Unfortunately for Cohen, that might be enough to throw away the battle here, even with the proximity that Hutton had to make up throughout the rest of that lap, because Hutton had a heater of a lead lap.
I agree. In this situation where both drivers zero, the judges are allowed to just take the first run where both drivers put down a solid run and choose a winner from there. I mean, I don't know if you want to go over what the judges are looking for here for our people watching at home. I know we have a lot of drift veterans, but if anyone is new to the game, the lead driver needs to put down that 100-point qualifying run. So they want to see them exactly in each zone, right where they're supposed to be, on the clip, at angle, doing what they're supposed to be doing. And the chase driver needs to use the lead driver as a moving clipping point, mirroring their drifting, not really when they straighten, though.
I mean, Cam's doing exactly what you're explaining here. He mirrored the exact input of that 350Z, making sure to avoid contact. That is a part of this sport, but unfortunately in the judge aspect of the judges, it's not going to lean in. Oh, we got an official? All right, it's an official. We're going to send these boys for a one more time battle. That means that both these drivers are going to go back, do a tire swap if they so choose, but we're going to see these guys to battle it out again. The judges are not satisfied.
Yeah, I think that was definitely a gift from the judges. We want to see one more clean battle to be able to judge off of. We'd rather have a clear winner than have to pick one off of a run that maybe wasn't their best.
All right, with that being said, we have a little bit of a dilemma here as we work out what battle that we're going to have come back. I hope these drivers are just ready to go, and it looks like they are. Cohen is at least back locked into the grid. So we're just waiting on Cam Hutton. Unfortunately, because of these last chance battles, we need these drivers to conclude this battle so we understand how to put our next driver into the next bracket, and then so on and so forth so we can even get started with our top 8. So just bear with us as Cam looks like he's going to do a little bit of a tire swap. Cohen with his 350Z now getting backed away from the line. So just give us a slight moment as we get the gears rolling here at the Gambler round 3.
We'd like to give a shout out to the moms and dads in attendance. Thank you guys so much for coming out to support your favorite driver here. My dad's down front there having a sandwich. Everyone say hi. Hi, Bill. And we also have Mr. Meyer next to him. That is one of our judges' dad. Hello, sir. And just, what do you guys think of the lawn here today? Did they do a good job mowing that? We got a thumbs up on the lawn. Great job, Raceway Park. I know a lot of the drivers have their dads here as part of their crew chief or their spotter. And we do have the drift grandma here as well. So I'm just excited that everyone, it's a family sport. We have dads here, we have kids here. So thank you guys so much for coming out and enjoying some drifting on this fine afternoon. All right, so while they change tires, they do have approximately 7 minutes to change their tires if they so choose. So we ask that they hustle it up. Thank you guys to their crew for making this quick so we can run this battle one more time.
Now, if you guys are sitting at home saying, why are they taking so long? It's because you didn't get over to racewaypark.com and sign up for the Gambler, both the 235 or the high roller class. This is me calling you out. We'd like to see you at the next round. Because you didn't sign up, we are now forced to wait.
Just think, if you did sign up and put down a score, any score, you'd be our 11th driver here today. And you'd be out here driving on the figure 8 with the big boys.
And I don't want to say anything or put anybody on the bus, but I know a couple guys out there with some machine issues. So it's very easily to walk into a very good place in the
Absolutely.
bracket. And honestly, it's anybody's battle out here.
And with all the prizes and the money on the line here, Mike, it's almost everyone's walking away with a little bit of cash today.
Yeah, speaking of, we also have our Let It Ride chips. Those Let It Ride chips are awarded randomly to our qualifying drivers, and those chips are doubling each time our drivers awarded a win. If they lose, their opponent has the ability to steal that chip, and it resets its value. With each win, that value chip will double, going all the way into the finals, where that final value will lock in and have the ability to take home some extra money. At any point, a driver can put that chip in his pocket or choose to let it ride. This is just one extra way of making a ton of money without even having to stand on the podium here at the Gambler.
Yeah, and let's thank our sponsors for our Let It Ride tokens. We have South Bay Fuel Injectors, Drift HQ, and Freedom Motorsports. The winner of the Freedom Motorsports token is Egner Jimenez. He is going to keep that token there if he chooses to. He can let it ride into the next battle where it would double. We encourage our drivers to let it ride, but of course, they are allowed to keep those tokens.
Now, we assume you let it ride unless you tell us otherwise.
Correct. So you have to let us know if you would like to go ahead and pocket that money. Our next chip is the Drift HQ token that is going to Colin Cressette. And our final is the South Bay Fuel Injectors token, and that's going to Jesse Moser.
So just as a reminder, if you did not hear that, those 3 drivers now have an ability to win extra money with each victory here moving throughout the bracket. That's just for the 235 class. Those high rollers have their own Let It Ride tokens as well as their own last man standing. The 235 Gambler class only has 2 men in the last man standing, correct?
Yes, that would be Chris Meyer and Jesse Moser, which hilariously enough are together in that battle. So that will be decided immediately in the top 8.
Basically a gentleman's bet, if you will.
Basically a gentleman's bet. And away we go. This is the second part of this one more time battle. This time we see these drivers, I was just about to jinx it, much closer than the first time as they come around outer zone number 2, coming across the track, grabbing that inner clip there, and into outer zone number 3.
Hutton doing a good job taking that lead position again. Definitely not the same heater we saw in the first time around, but nonetheless a great lap here. Super deep through outside zone number 1 from that FDF skyline as he transitions to outside 2. Working his way through outside 2 now, a little bit of a bobble as he gets himself settled, but then he really starts to lock himself in and start using that throttle to manipulate that skyline past that front inside clip. Hutton doing a great job working his way into outside 3, keeping himself away from his opponent and over the finish line with confidence.
Yeah, I think Cohen was not quite as close as he was in the first part of this one more time battle. I don't know if he's having a little bit of car trouble there, but it seems like he was really having to drive it to keep it sideways there. So now Cohen is going to go ahead and lead, and hopefully he can put down a good lead lap here and he doesn't encounter any vehicle issues. So away they go for this second part of the one more time battle. Cohen this time putting a huge distance on Hutton, just like he did before. Hopefully they don't overcook it into outer zone number 2. Hutton does a good job of catching up with Cohen as they come around through the end of that zone. And again, we're seeing Cohen just having difficulty keeping that Z sideways as they come into outer zone number 3. But Hutton doing a great job of mirroring Cohen's line, and away they go across the line there.
Definitely a hard-fought battle here from Cohen, battling that 350Z machine all weekend here today. But unfortunately, Cohen just clicking out of outside 3. You can see it on the side-by-side here. Cohen on the right side of your screen. Cohen clicks into outside 1, gets out with Cam Hutton almost nowhere to be seen as both drivers work their way into outside 2. Both drivers enter outside zone 2 a little late. A little bit of a bobble here from Cohen as Cam and Hutton in the skyline keeps his composure behind him as both drivers work their way back. First inside clip, the only inside clip, and transition out of 3. And this is where things go bad for Cohen as he avoids outside 3, but Cam Hutton avoids contact and holds his position right behind him.
Yes, and we do have a winner here. The winner is going to be Cameron Hutton. Hutton with the win there. I think we just saw a little bit too many errors from Cohen. Again, I think he's battling that machine to try to keep it sideways. So they are going to award the win to Cameron Hutton. And he put down a phenomenal lead lap, doing great and chasing Cohen as well. So he's going to be our winner there, and he's going to go up against Rich Whiteman to battle it out for that 8th place spot.
Now that battle's going to be happening right now, or are we moving on to our next battle? So we got our last man standing battle going up on the line right now.
Yep.
Chris Meyer and Jesse Moser. Both these gentlemen have put money into the pot for last man standing. Jesse Moser sitting with a South Bay Fuel Injectors Let It Ride token. So there is a ton of money to be had with just this single battle, and it's just the bottom of the top 8. So
yeah, there's a ton of cash on the line for this battle alone. You have the South Bay Fuel Injectors token. Both of these drivers are in the last man standing pot, and of course, they both want to advance all the way to the podium to get that big check. So there's a lot of money on the line. I can barely even keep track, Mike.
Well, that's why we got pens and papers up here. But here we go on the first half of the battle here. Chris Meyer taking the lead, going up against Jesse Moser. Meyer taking that lead position, clicks into outside 1. Moser has to clean up that proximity as both drivers jump into outside 2. Meyer's doing a great job getting that E46 BMW locked and loaded long outside zone as Moser's trying to wiggle that 350Z back to the side with the door of the E46. Meyer doing a great job to transition to outside 3. Moser slightly behind as Meyer just going through the checklist out here at the Gambler round 3. Moser trying to do everything he could to get that 350Z back to the side of the E46, but you can see he just maintained the same proximity through the entire course, just not being able to close that gap up with the confident drive out of Chris Meyer.
Yeah, well, the difference between these two machines, correct me if I'm wrong here, I believe that Z is stock. And he's going up against Chris Meyer with that V8-powered machine. Chris Meyer, our number 1 in points right now, and very frequent stander on the box, if that's a phrase.
Now, definitely, Chris Meyer is a consistent guy down here.
Absolutely.
He's always standing on the podium out here at the Gambler. So definitely Jesse Moser leaving a little bit lackluster on the table following that. But now it's his turn to go down with the lead and Chris Meyer to chase.
And away they go. And not for nothing, Moser was looking amazing in practice, so let's see what he has for us right now. Entering right about the 2 there, not quite feeling outer zone number 1. They transition on each other's bumpers. They come around to outer zone number 2. She's got as they come around outer zone number 2, and Chris is right on his door there, coming across, taking that clip with him for a little bit of a ride. Moser transitioning, pouring on the angle, maybe getting a little bit too close to that wall as they come across the line there. Nice job in the chase there by Chris Meyer, and an excellent lead lap there by Moser as well.
Definitely a great lap out of Moser in that lead. We're going to see us side-by-side here on the right side of the screen. You can see Moser just checking out right before that outside zone number 1, but doing a good job into outside 2, maybe a tad shy, riding right on the outside line. But Chris Meyer, this is where he starts to lock in. You can see on the left side of the screen, Moser trying to clean up that proximity where Meyer is mimicking Moser's 350Z very well, going through outside 2, that inside clip into outside 3. Here he makes a little bit of a dive, but Moser may have gone a little deep, getting close to that wall of death. Thankfully, that 350Z has a very little bumper on the backside.
Thank goodness. Yeah, and we do have a decision from our judges. Chris Meyer is going to get the win. Chris Meyer gets the win. Moser did a great job in the lead there, but unfortunately, I think he had a little bit of an error in outer zone number 3. And unfortunately, when you're going up against a driver like Chris Meyer, you can't make any errors.
Hey, I feel for you, Jesse. I had to go first against Chris Meyer, and it's always a battle with that guy. But Chris Meyer taking the win, working his way into the next bracket. He's also going to take that last man standing pot and also steal that South Bay fuel injector Let It Ride token. He'll have to see who the winner is of the other bracket going up against Colin Cressett and Justin Cole. But before we get there, we have our another last chance battle going on with That's My Dad, Rich Whiteman, and the victor of our last battle standing thing.
Yes, it's been a long day of talking, Mike. Cameron Hutton, the FDF powered machine. He's gonna go up against Rich Whiteman. Sorry. See, so now you were stumbling, now I'm stumbling. It's like contagious.
I'm sorry.
While we're talking about Cameron Hutton, we're going to need him up on the line there to warm up his tires so he can go up against your dad, Rich Whiteman, and battle it out for that 8th place spot.
Paging Dr. Hutton. Paging Dr. Hutton. Please report to the grid.
Hutton, who just came off of a win there against Cohen. He took his machine back to the pits, checked it over, did what he needed to do to prepare for his battle against Rich Whiteman, your dad. And the winner there is going to go up against our number 1 qualifier, Ravert.
Just to clarify, Rich is not actually my father. But
it's fun to say.
Yeah, but that's my dad.
You can have your actual father, and then you can have your metaphorical father. You look up to him. He drives great. We all love him.
I disappoint both of them on a regular basis. All right, you guys are at home. We're getting a view of that Raceway Park Tower. We start locking back in. We have our next last chance battle up on the line. Rich Whiteman going up against Cam Hutton and that FDF R32, R34 combo car.
Sure, let's call it that.
It doesn't have any headlights. I don't know how he sees anything.
If it doesn't have headlights, it doesn't count.
All right, the yellows are illuminated. The green is gone. Here we go. Rich Whiteman taking the lead. Cam Hutton chase.
Rich Whiteman entering right before that one of the 3-2-1 cone, and Hutton putting it on his door, trying to assert dominance as they come across that center section and into outer zone at number 2. Rich looking absolutely steady in that zone, allowing Hutton to put it almost on his door there as they come around past that inner clip. Both drivers mirroring each other's angle as they come into outer zone number 3. Rich a little bit shallow in that zone and over the line. Some great driving from Hutton.
Hutton, calm and collective behind the SR20 powered coupe of Rich Whiteman. You can see Rich doing a good job through outside 1 here. Cam trying to make his move now as Rich, calm and collective also into outside 2. That car is much slower than that Skyline, I can only presume. So Hutton's doing a great job holding his proximity behind Rich Whiteman's vehicle as both drivers transition to outside 3. Whiteman a bit shy and Hutton clicking off the box like he should.
Yeah, absolutely. And Rich is another driver who's super smooth. He's got a million laps under his belt, so he's a driver that you can feel confident in putting it on his door, and Hutton did just that.
And here we go. We got the greens illuminated as the second half of the battle as Hutton now takes the lead. Rich Whiteman the chase. Both drivers shoot out from that Raceway Park Tower. Hutton initiates before that last initiation point. Dumps on that FDF angle. A good snap to angle as both drivers work their way into outside 2. Rich Whiteman trying to close out that proximity now as the Skyline trying to walk away from that. Both drivers doing a great job through outside 2. Hutton holding his composure. A great drive to that inside click. Rich Whiteman tucks into position right behind the skylights. Both drivers go to the outside wall. That wall of death. Rich Whiteman right behind the backside of Hutton, and they finish off super strong.
Wow, what were you saying about that SR20 not keeping up? Because he kept up.
Well, he gave it a little spank, and next thing you know, it was fucking good.
I think that's how you have to drive them. I think that's
It's
required
the SR20 spank.
by law, yes. Hutton doing a great job in outer zone number 1, as we can see here. We can take a look at that second half of the battle. He does take a little bit to get into outer zone number 2, just a small correction there, but it does not phase Whiteman in the chase position as he sucks up closer to him across that inner clip and coming into outer zone number 3. Hutton with another little bit of a correction there, and Rich Whiteman looking smooth. This is going to be a really hard call for the judges.
I was just pointed out, it looks like Rich may have had a bit of a bobble from 1 to 2 chasing Hutton. We're going to see how that weighs in the judges' eyes. I don't know how much math they're doing over there, but that does not look promising as Hutton had a great job.
That is a great call there, Mike. Thanks to our drone pilots and our live stream here. If you guys are joining us in person, you can pull up the live stream on Raceway Park's YouTube channel if you want to see the bird's eye view that we're looking at right now. But we can see Rich, maybe a little bit of a straighten there in that center section before outer zone number 2. Now that section is for the drivers to transition. So they'll come out of angle, but then they need to, at the same time, get to angle on the other side. You're not allowed to straighten there. So the judges are going to take a look and determine if that was a straighten.
And it looks like we do have a decision. Cameron Hutton's going to take out my dad. Cameron Hutton gets the win.
Talk about an upset. A little bit, maybe. We have our 8th place qualifier and our 9th place qualifier, so how much of an upset is it really?
Well, really at this point now, Cameron Hutton has turned it up now that its comp has started. That FDF Skyline is putting on the show, and now he has to go up against Jimmy Revert, our number 1 qualifier in our gambler class. But first, we're going to go back to the bottom side of the bracket and pick up where we left off with Colin Cressett and Justin Cole.
Colin Cressett is a really aggressive driver. I think he's 3rd in points right now for our 235 points standings. And Justin Cole, as we saw in practice, was absolutely floored through this entire track, showing that throttle commitment, but, you know, giving it all she's got to make it around the track.
And here we go, Colin taking that lead position with that shopping cart of putts right behind him. That E36 truck trying to close in on that G35 of Collins. Both drivers working their way into outside 2. Collins starting to lock in now. G35 really trying to put the tire switch down the clutch with all of that horsepower underneath the hood of that E36, trying to keep up with that turbo BQ powered Collins G35 as they dump in the outside 3. Collins doing a great job, and Putts just trying to keep up, stay in the show.
Yeah, that was a great job there by Putz, sticking with Cressett through all that smoke there. We can see on the replay, Cressett is absolutely moving through outer zone number 1. Putz is able to put it a little bit closer to him in 2, but Colin just starts to pull away, maybe pulling out of outer zone 2 just a little bit early there, but doing a great job on that clip, putting more distance between him and Putz, and then again, a great job with outer zone number 3. So the judges are definitely going to take that into consideration, maybe a little bit of a bobble in 2, but otherwise, a really well done lead run by Cressett.
Now they got to flip him around, switch positions. Justin Cole now in that lead spot. Colin now responsible to keep it out of the side of that E36 as both drivers now have to go back through our Drift Stadium here at Raceway Park. If you guys are just joining us, this is round 3 of the Gambler. Don't go anyway as the second half of this battle starts right now.
This time, Justin Putz, as they call him, Cole leading, and Colin Cressett giving chase. Putz enters nice and smooth through outer zone number 1, allowing Colin to go ahead and get really close to him as they come into outer zone number 2. Small bobble in the chase position by Colin, but he puts it right on the door of Justin Cole as they come across that inner clip, just giving it a little bit of a bobble, and into outer zone number 3. Colin asserting dominance as he puts it right on his door. Wow, guys.
I just want to give a big shout to Colin, showing some aggression. He knew he had a slower car in here, and he did not play it safe. He showcased what he was capable of, and this is the drifting I want to see. You can see it on the right side of your screen. Colin giving a little bit of space for Putz to get settled in out through outside zone number 1, and right here he makes his dive, a weird aggressive move, makes his bobble throughout Justin Cole's mistakes, and then locks in. He starts to really showcase, I have control of this situation here. I am the predator. And we're going to leave it into the judges' hands. And we do have a winner. Cressett will take the win. The aggression has been awarded. Colin Cressett moves on.
Yeah, Cressett is a tough competitor. He's number 3 in points for a reason. I know he's got his sights set on number 1. I believe he's been on the podium before. So he's an excellent driver and a tough one to go against. He definitely showed asserted his dominance in the chase position, and Putz's machine just, you know, didn't quite have the sauce.
All right, our next battle, Jimenez goes and shoves into the outside zone number 1. Adam Daniels trying to hunt him down as both drivers work their way through outside zone number 1. Transition to outside 2. Jimenez doing a great job as Daniels trying to close that proximity. Jimenez doing a great job getting that wheel speed up. Locked and loaded, using that throttle to transition that E46 out to that inside clip. Daniels trying to clean up that proximity as both drivers jump in. Jimenez doing a fantastic job through outside 3. All those practice laps really paying off as both drivers shut it down over the finish line.
Wow, that was a quick one. BMW versus BMW battle. Our leader, Jimenez, looking super aggressive in the lead position there, doing a great job going into outer zone number 2, just pouring smoke. And although he was really aggressive in practice, I think Adam Daniels just showing us not quite as much aggression as we'd want in the chase position, unfortunately. But he does get a chance to lead, so hopefully we can see it there. 2 great drivers, and I think a super awesome lead run by Jimenez.
Definitely not a bad run from Daniels, just not the tightest proximity that we like to see, but he was relatively there. So now he just needs to do a good, solid lead lap.
And he's gonna get to do that right now as we can see him absolutely moving, putting it on the wall on entry. Nice job on outer zone number 1, but Jimenez is not letting him get away, putting it right on his door as they come around to outer zone number 2. Daniels pulls away slightly as they come around out of outer zone number 2 across that clip. Daniels is absolutely cooking in outer zone number 3, and Jimenez catching the wall behind him. Oh my God!
Jimenez needs somebody to adjust his pants. That dude is carrying some giant. He's stuck in there, throttled down, blinded by the smoke behind Daniels' E36. Let's take a look on the right side of your screen. If you're watching the live stream at home, Daniels clicks in the outside 2. Jimenez starts to fall into position now. Great proximity, trying to lock in a few little bobbles there, trying to put the car back into position behind Daniels' confident run through outside zone number 2. Both drivers click through that inside clip and transition to outside 3. And this is where Jimenez makes his move and jumps right into that smoke line and really just goes blind and hopes for the best over the finish line.
Yeah, Jimenez did a great job in the chase position. I think he had a little bit of a bobble going into 3, though. These 2 drivers are so evenly matched that I think the judges are going to end up splitting hairs on these 2 runs. So any small error might be held against them and might be the deciding factor.
Now, I'm just making this stuff up because I have no idea what's going on inside these drivers' heads, but I think both these drivers now have a little more confidence in each other. So if these drivers do go back for a one more time drive, we're not going to see the same battle.
No, I think it'll be even closer than what we saw there. Adam Daniels is no stranger to the Gambler. I think he's number 2 in points as well. He's very smooth and consistent, but he is fast. So he's a driver, again, that you can feel comfortable getting on his door. Right there is the bobble that I was talking about going into 3. He did a great job at recovering, but in the chase position, Jimenez, maybe a little bit of an error there.
All right, it looks like we have the official. We're going to go one more time. These drivers are going to have to showcase to our judges what they're capable of. Now with some confidence within their other driver, looks like they're going to have to use all of the real estate. Our judges want a clear winner here. So we're going to let them go back, swap some tires if they need to, and we'll get them back up to the line.
Yeah, you called it, Mike. You said, let's see if they have it one more time, just because how close those battles were. And I have a feeling, like exactly what you said, it's going to be a little more aggressive this time because they're very evenly matched. They're almost exactly the same in lead position.
Cam Hutton to the line. Cam Hutton, paging Hutton, we need you to the line. It is your battle, bud. It's time to party. We need you here.
It's a moment of truth where he goes up against our number 1 qualifier, Jimmy Rayvert.
I mean, so, Cam, at this point, you had fought a lot to get to this point. Don't be late.
And we've seen him get more and more aggressive and more dialed as the battles go on. So I'm super excited to see this battle against Rayvert.
Now this goes back to another thing where both these drivers, I don't know how many laps they have with each other, but according to research and data, these drivers are confident.
Research and data?
Research and data.
Yes. Definitely not things made up inside your head. Definitely.
No. I'm making all this stuff up.
Yeah, okay.
I'm pretty sure. Can we all agree that we all just make up everything? Can we just get over that yet?
I'm amazed that they gave us both microphones and let us talk into them.
Unfiltered. I mean, there's a windsock.
We
on this
try our
thing, but
best, yeah.
Unfiltered.
All right, well, if anyone can get it done, the momentum that Hutton has can do it. But Rayvert, again, he's in the points running. I think he's maybe 4th or 5th there, so he's very close as well. He's been on the podium before. He wants to assert dominance here. Our #1 qualifier, he's not going to go down without a fight.
I believe that is Jimmy sitting there in the bark box warming up his tires right now. We have a double-sided burnout box, something we've implemented new here at the Gambler, trying to speed up our tire warm-up time to allow our drivers a more consistent and even burnout timescape. What do you call that?
Typically one driver would go into the burnout box and then another would, and that leaves the driver who went into their burnout first with tires that are just slightly cooler than the guy who just finished. So this not only helps the event move on a little bit faster, but it allows both of our drivers to have freshly warmed up tires at the same time, so more even of a battle as well.
They're making that stuff up too. All right, it looks like both our drivers are locked in. Cam Hutton in that FDF Skyline already sitting in position in that chase. He's going to have to chase down that Rayvert S13 in the lead. Jimmy has to navigate through the chicane, past that new repurposed drag tree, waiting for that green light to illuminate and get this top 8 battle started versus our #1 qualifier. And Cam, who's fought through 2 battles to get into our last 8 position. Here we go. First half of the battle is Jimmy Revert leads in Cam Hutton.
And away they go, Revert entering super aggressive, tons of angle right at that between the 2 and the 1. But Hutton is reeling him in as they come around outer zone #2. Looking super dialed, but Hutton using that to put it right on his door there. He's not letting them go down without a fight. As they come into outer zone #3, Revert looking absolutely steady, and Hutton putting it on his door.
Hutton.
Where was this aggression?
That's what the practice is for. This is a perfect example.
Goodness
Hutton
gracious.
using all the hours here to clean up. He looks like he got a little gap here, and he starts to clean it up, following behind Rayvert's S13, going into outside 2. This is where Hutton's starting to cheat the line a little bit to clean up the proximity, but Rayvert's giving him the drive in that lead to allow him to play with that real estate. Both drivers transition to outside 3. Hutton keeping that aggression, but Rayvert doing a great job in his lead position.
Yeah, it's the reality that you can't have a good chase without a good lead. So if you see a super aggressive chase run out there, it's because there's also an amazing lead run going down. So that was a great battle all around in my book.
All right, second half of this battle as Cam takes the lead. Jimmy Rayvert to chase. Both drivers speed out from Raceway Park Tower, initiate. Cam clicking into outside 3. A nice confident drive in, but Rayvert slightly behind him. Both drivers transition to outside 2. Rayvert on the backside of that skyline. Both drivers go through the outside 2 now. As Cam starts to pull away. Rayvert trying to make up that real estate as he goes to the inside click, falls back in position, needs to transfer to the side of that skyline. Both drivers deep as Rayvert touches the wall, drives away, but Cam's in the grass.
Mike, what is happening right now? Second half of the battle. I'm sitting back listening to you announce, and I'm thinking, is Hutton about to pull off an absolute upset? Because he's putting down a very, very smooth lead, and from where I'm sitting, it looks like Rayvert's having a little bit of trouble catching up to him. Rayvert trying to catch up, puts on a little too much angle, coming into outer zone 3 a little bit too fast, catches the wall. But then we get to see Hutton also straightening there. So let's take a look. You guys at home right now are taking a look at the live stream where we see this battle going down again. We can look at the replay and see exactly what happened in outer zone 3.
I do want to give some kudos to Revert. He understood that he failed outside 2 and made decisions to try to clean up that zone. Out here at the Gambler, there is only a few zones in the stadium, but out on the road course, a decision like that could make or break a battle. So kudos to Revert for making a decision to cut out outside zone 2 to try to clean up for that inside clip to try to fix it. But unfortunately, I think that drive and that change of line may have fucked up.
Officially, when judging, the first error sort of ends the run. If that was truly a 0 on Rayvert's part, that ends the run right there. I'm not a judge, thank goodness.
Well, this is why I talk into the stick.
You're not a judge, thank goodness. I'm going to leave it up to the judges, and I'm going to stop speculating here because both of these drivers were putting on their absolute best work. Rayvert looking super smooth in his lead position. Hutton looking incredibly smooth in his lead position as well until outer zone number 3. So I'm going to let the judges break that down and let us know what they decided.
All right, it looks like our judges have officially called a one more time battle between Cam and Jimmy Revert. Jimmy and Cam will need a one more time battle.
Look at them sending these battles before we're ready. This is a one more time battle between Jimenez and Daniels, and they are ready to go. Jimenez throwing it into outer zone 2, and Adam Daniels tossing it out the door. These drivers are amped right now as they come around outer zone number 2, past that inner clip, and into outer zone number 3 of the wall of death. Daniels!
And he got aggressive.
Was it too aggressive, Mike?
He bit him. He bit him.
Oh, no.
He bit him right in the mouth.
Our little Icarus flew too close to the sun. So we want to see aggression out of these drivers, and there's no doubt that we're seeing it. But unfortunately, the line of aggression, once you get a little bit over that line, that's what you get.
Hit him. Hit him.
Mike's a little more unforgiving than me, but I want to see this replay.
They're just BMWs.
To see the contact and to see who is going to be at fault for that contact there.
Look at him. Daniels just going in there.
All right,
saying
well,
hello,
let's go ahead and break down the rules. Inside a zone, we need our lead driver to be on throttle, to be accelerating. And we also need our chase driver to give our lead driver enough room. So the judges are going to assess fault to that contact. The driver that gets assigned fault, if he needs to make any repairs to his machine, is going to have to take his 5-minute timeout. The driver who is not at fault is going to get 10 minutes to fix his machine to come up for the second part of the battle.
All right, the judges have deemed Adam Daniels at fault with wheel-to-wheel contact, just taking a little too much aggression into outside 3. Looks like he's going to have to clean it up now with the lead. Records are checkers, bud. Let's see what you got as Jimenez trying to chase him down into outside 1. Both drivers click in just outside of Daniels. He's carrying a ton of speed in outside 2 as Jimenez trying to clean it up. Daniels trying to force a mistake out of Jimenez. Both drivers click through outside 2. Jimenez shy off the box, trying to clean up proximity as Daniels blaze it through that front clip. Shoots in the outside 3, needs to keep in the box. Jimenez just shy. Daniels with an aggressive lead lap, but unfortunately, I don't know if it's enough to take out Jimenez.
Mike, I selfishly want a one more time here because that was an absolute heater from Daniels.
That was exactly what Daniels needed to do.
Yes.
It was the lead lap that needed to happen, the speed, the commitment to try to force a mistake out of Jimenez, but unfortunately,
No mistake.
there was no mistake.
That is a bummer. And let's make it official, Mike. Go ahead.
And Edgar Jimenez gets the win, taking out Adam Daniels. A hell of a drive out of Daniels today.
Absolutely.
A big round of applause out of Adam. Definitely the energy we love to see here at the Gambler.
Yep.
We hope to see Adam Daniels back at another round, but we're going to move on.
So Adam Daniels, that is the aggression we want to see. And in drifting, when you're trying to be as aggressive as possible, sometimes you overcook slightly, which is what happened here. And wheel-to-wheel contact is almost unavoidable for a spin. It's very difficult on those drivers. So unfortunately, that's the way the chips fell.
Outside 3 is a lot of commitment from both that lead and chase driver. Sometimes you need to do stuff even if that guy is still in your way. It's like leaving a drag tree just split seconds before the green illuminates for that little bit of mechanical drag.
Right.
You have to make decisions so fast, even if they seem wrong. And Daniels, unfortunately, just got dealt the wrong hand.
Putting his trust in the machine and also in the other driver's machine as well. And had he pulled it off, I think that would have been the gnarliest outer zone number 3. But hey, that's what happens in competition. That's why it's so crazy. That's why it's so fun.
All I gotta say is make sure you support drivers that showcase attributes like that. That dude showed up with an E36 convertible and drove it as hard as he possibly could. So a big shout to Adam Daniels, but unfortunately you're gonna make us move on to our other one more time battle between Jimmy Revert and Cam Hutton. As soon as these guys put some fresh rubber underneath the cars and get back locked in under that Raceway Park tower.
Don't feel too bad for Adam Daniels because he is our number 2 in points right now. He is still well within the points battle, and there's more gamblers in the series here, so he still has many opportunities to stand on the podium and to take home points series championship as well. So.
Now Jimenez was holding on to a Freedom Motorsports Let It Ride token with that victory. That token has now doubled its value. So that Freedom Motorsports Let It Ride chip is now worth $100, I believe.
Yeah, and the last battle in this top 8 is Revert and Hutton one more time. I believe we need Hutton on the line. We need him on the line immediately. We would hate to call this battle before we get to see the action, so go ahead and head up to the line. If you're with Hutton, send him up there. Let's go ahead and get this battle underway.
Now, just to clarify, Cam Hutton still has his 5-minute timeout, so if he does need to make a mechanical fix, he does have that option, but each driver is only allowed 1 competition 5 timeout through the duration of the comp, to use it wisely.
This is exciting stuff, and we still have an entire other class to run. What a treat.
We have a whole nother comp. Like, we have a whole nother field of drivers.
Yeah.
By the way, if you guys were ever curious if you could run both classes here, the answer is yes. We definitely condone you coming out here and running whatever tire you want in the unlimited tire, especially here in the stadium. You can only go so fast, fellas.
Right. And I think we had one of our drivers, Chris Knapp, run his dad's car in both classes. The only change he made was the tires to be in line with the rules of the 235 class. And I think he qualified in the exact same position for both times.
Honestly, I would love to see a driver come out here and just give the sauce to all these high rollers with a 235 tire. I think Adam Daniels could do it. We tried to scumbag him out here, but I don't know if he took the bait or not.
Yeah, we did. That's all right. We love him. We love to see him drive. But we're going to go ahead and head on to our next battle. I hear them warming up in the burnout box. Revert and Hutton. A potential upset of the century. I'm not sure in gambler history we've ever seen our last place qualifier take out our first place qualifier. On the flip side, Revert has been able to see Hutton in battle now. He knows what kind of driver he is. He knows that he's smooth. He can put it on his door. So we might see some more aggression out of him as well.
I'm just going to say something. I think it's the lack of headlights in the car that just really gives me the jitters, you know? You just don't know what to expect. He doesn't know. He can't see anything. Lights aren't on.
Yeah, a driver with all of the body panels on, including the headlights, including the bumpers. They get some extra points from Mike, but away we go with Revert leading and Hutton in the chase position. Revert looking super smooth in the lead position, outer zone number 1. He's absolutely moving into outer zone number 2. Get into it to put it on his door as he comes around outer zone 2, across that inner clip, and into outer zone number 3. Revert's bumper is hanging off because Hutton put it on his bumper in the transition there. Dude, give it up for these drivers.
So Cam, correct me if I'm wrong, Cam was essentially our 10th qualifying position driver, Revert our number 1, and both these drivers are putting on a show. Already seeing battle one more time. This is the one more time battle right now with Revert in that lead, taking that S13 up against that FDF skyline of Cam Hutton. Both drivers doing a fantastic job, but Revert giving the real estate for Cam, and Cam using every single inch that he could.
I can't even decide who did a better job in that last round.
That's why we have a second half of the battle, so we get to do
You're right,
more,
Mike. Thank
more
you.
research and data, you know? More research
More
and
data.
Our drivers are now flipped and swapped positions. Cam Hutton in that Skyline, sitting in that lead position. He's got to make that chicane past that repurposed drag light. Going up against Rayvert's S13s. Both drivers shoot out from underneath that Raceway Park tower. That FDF Skyline in the lead. Both drivers click in the outside one. Hutton doing a great job getting into the box. Rayvert slightly behind. Both drivers transit to outside two. Rayvert makes his move now. As Hutton works his way to outside two, Rayvert falls back into position now, trying to get back to the side of that Skyline. He's making the same similar sacrifice now, trying to clean it up to that inside clip. Hutton doing a great job on the outside three. Rayvert slightly behind him, keeping it out of him. Both drivers clean off nice and finish.
Oh boy, we have another extremely evenly matched battle.
Well, this just goes to show that these drivers are putting out everything they got out in every lap. If we're getting similar battles out here, and Cam Hutton's doing exactly what the judges need to see in the lead. Revert just, unfortunately, I don't think has the same amount of pace as that FDF Skyline does. But nonetheless, you can see on the left side of the screen that FDF Skyline is in a better position and going out through outside zone 2 into that inside clip. Revert trying to clean up that proximity, but Hutton holding that proximity very well through that transition in the outside 3. So we're definitely going to have to lay on the judges to see how the surging of Revert versus Hutton's in his chase are going to play.
If it's up to me, I would say that Jimmy Rayvert had a better lead. He looks settled, he's pouring smoke, he looks great, but Hutton had a better chase. And how do you split those hairs there?
Well, that's why I'm talking to the stick. I don't have to do that.
Yeah. You couldn't pay me to be a judge.
And it is official. We have a winner. Cam Hutton in that FDF Skyline takes out our #1 qualifier, Jimmy Rayvert. Congratulations to Cam Hutton in that FDF Skyline taking the win.
And we can give a little bit of an explanation there. The judges were splitting hairs. They were really, really like zeroing in on the small errors of these runs because they were so great. And they just believe that Hutton had just an amazing chase. He looked settled, he looked dialed in the chase position, and Rayvert may have had 1 or 2 small errors in the lead. So that's what tipped the scales. At this point in the battles, just a little bit will go one way or the other.
Don't take him out of the equation yet. Revert will be back. He's going to take those little bit of data and that loss and come back with a vengeance. I know he will see him at another round of the Gambler, and I'm looking forward to it. But that makes us move back to our other side of the bracket where Crozet is take on Meyer, who's holding onto a South Bay fuel injector Let It Ride chip, as well as Crozet holding on to a Drift HQ Let It Ride chip. Both these drivers got money in the game. Looking forward to this next battle. Both these drivers are super confident. Definitely going to be a party. Colin Crozet piloting that silver G35, going up against Chris Meyer in that black E46 BMW.
All right, and away we go. Chris Meyer leading and Colin Crozet giving chase. Chris Meyer is absolutely moving through outer zone #1, but Colin Crozet reeling him in to put it on his door, going into outer zone to #2. Absolutely dialed, super smooth, allowing Crozet to put it on his door. Maybe a little bit of contact there. Colin Crozet with a big error, but putting it on his door again, going into outer zone to #3. Holy crap.
Chris Meyer doing a fantastic job in the lead. Colin actively making decisions, trying to keep it to the side of Chris Meyer's E46. Both drivers doing a fantastic job through 1 and transition in 2. Colin on the back bumper, almost making contact. Both drivers doing a fantastic job. And you see Chris Meyer really dialing in the throttle here, setting himself up. And unfortunately, Colin, with an upset, straightens out that G35. Definitely not going to be a pro in the judges' eyes. But nonetheless, a great drive out of Chris Meyer. An unfortunate turn of events for Crozet. That little bit of shutdown, kudos for the aggression trying to clean up the line, but that little bit of shutdown's probably not going to weigh well. He now has a responsibility in that lead position. He now has to force a mistake out of Chris Meyer, who is not known to make mistakes out here.
Again, the cost of aggression. Colin knows that Chris Meyer is super smooth, super fast, and he knows that if he wants the win, he's got to put it on his door. And unfortunately, I think another situation like we saw with Adam Daniels, Colin was just a little too aggressive in 2.
Chris Meyer, I don't know if you can hear me out there, bud, but just because you have the advantage, I don't mean I don't want to see any sauce.
No sloppiness out here.
No,
We're watching.
Our judges are looking for inactive chases. If we think you're being lazy, we'll make you send it back.
I don't think Chris is capable of an inactive chase, though.
Well, about to find out. Colin Crissett takes that lead position going up against Chris Meyer. Both drivers click out from the Raceway Park Tower. Crissett initiates into outside 1. Chris Meyer shortly behind him. Both drivers transition to outside 2. Meyer gives him a little bit of space. Crissett locks into outside 2. Meyer maybe a car like great job. A lot of throttle commitment, setting himself up for that inside clip. Meyer shortly behind him. Both drivers transition to outside 3. Crissett locked in, but Meyer right behind the backside of that G35. Unfortunately, a great drive for Colin Crissett, but Chris Meyer is dialed, locked, and loaded, and unfortunately probably going to give the win to Chris, but we'll have to wait for our judges' official answer.
Yep, the judges are going to take a look at both of those runs side by side, just make sure there wasn't any shenanigans in the chase position by Chris Meyer. Again, like you said, the lead run of Colin Crissett was nearly flawless, super smooth, pouring smoke in 2, but Chris Meyer doing a phenomenal job in chase, and I don't think he has the error that Colin had in the chase position, so I'm thinking it's leaning towards Chris Meyer at this point, but the judges are going to go ahead and decide.
Well, in the world of competitive drifting, consistency is key, and Chris Meyer definitely is showcasing that with a high qualifying result, our number 2 qualifying result, and now with a confident drive here in the battle, but we're still waiting on our judges' final decision. They are fine-tooth combing this footage, the same footage you guys are viewing at home. If you guys are joining us here and you are wondering what we are doing, this is round 3 of the Gambler here at Raceway Park. This is a 235, the Gambler class. That means they're restricted to a 235 millimeter tire. We're waiting for the result of our last battle, and we'll get back into our top 4.
Just a testament to these drivers showing today their abilities. The judges are still deliberating. I can hear them actively talking about which driver did what.
There's so many fingerprints on the screen from them pointing at things at this point. Like, I got the great glare point, and it looks like my dog has just been licking the windshield over there for the last 15 minutes. They're still talking, still pointing.
Yeah. And for everyone at home that doesn't know what's going on right now, we are up in the judges' towers. We're sitting right next to the judges, and we can see them watching the live stream, physically pointing at different parts of the track. Each driver, you know, maybe they made a small correction, a small error.
Well, I'm going and looking back on the left side of our screen here to Chris Meyer's lead run, and it does look like outside 3 did get a little tappy through that outside zone. So he has a bunch of confidence through the majority of his lap, but really here you can start to see the smoke line start to dip off as Meyer might have dropped the tire, which caused Colin to upset the car, which isn't necessarily a mistake to Chris Meyer, but Chris Meyer also making contact with that wall, coming in the way of Colin as well. Our judges are doing a great job dissecting each and every part. I didn't even notice that part of outside 3 and Chris Meyer's
That's a great
lead.
point. We definitely glazed over that on the first part of this run. That's why we do love our drone pilots. Shout out to those guys running the live stream so you can watch at home and we can watch over and over and over again to make sure we pick the best driver to be the winner there. Or maybe it'll be a one more time. Again. Oh no, they haven't gone one more time yet. Maybe it'll be a one more time.
Whew. I mean, this is why I talk into the stick, so I don't have to do the math. It's way easier. You just hang out.
I'm not going to be mad at more drifting.
Just got to chit-chat with
You
Sarah.
think I'm going to be mad at more drifting?
No, I mean, I have to sit here and watch. I'd rather drive, but I could watch. I guess if I had to choose, I could watch one more time.
And I think we have tempted fate because the decision is a one more time.
I think they just got the screen so dirty they couldn't see anymore. But yes, it's going to be a one more time battle between our two drivers. Chris Meyer and Colin Crissett are going to see battle one more time. Both these drivers holding on to some Let It Ride tokens thanks to Drift HQ and South Bay Fuel Injectors. So they're going to have to roll it back, put some new rubber underneath, and see who's going to lose their money.
Absolutely. And Chris Meyer, the good news is he is the winner of the Last Man Standing pot, so he gets $100 there, so that's kind of nice.
Drinks on Chris.
This is drinks on Chris. But this is a great opportunity for both Crissett and Meyer to go back take a deep breath, clean up their runs, and just put on even a more amazing show for us here and for you guys at home.
Now, Chrisette and Meyer, I know you guys are listening in the pits. I want to see some aggression. I'm judging the X Factor now.
Yeah, me and Mike.
Yeah, X Factor is not a real thing here, but we're going to make it up, and I'm going to award it anyway.
A good reference to our friends at Formula Drift here, the biggest series in the U.S. for drifting. They do a scoring where it's the X Factor, which is like the wow factor, essentially, just for everyone watching at home. If you're like, oh my gosh, like that is the X Factor there. So
it's called a driver with a death wish. That's what we want. We want to see a driver with a death wish. They are actively trying to avoid that, but aiming as close as they possibly can.
It's aggression, it's confidence, it's showing that they have full control of their machine, they can put it wherever they want, and they're putting on a show for the fans. That's the X Factor. That's what I love seeing too as well.
All right, it looks like our drivers are now starting to enter our burnout box for our next battle. I have no idea who they are, so stay tuned.
That would be Hutton and Jimenez. Hutton, the upset, our lowest qualifier, going up against our #1 qualifier and taking it to the bank.
And then Jimenez, a Drift Nirvana local, coming out here and throwing down against Cam. Now, both these guys are been dialed off, had great battles already. Jimenez holding on to a double-valued Freedom Motorsports Let It Ride chip.
And qualifying 4th, which is nothing to shake a stick at. So he's a contender as well. Hutton is going to need to bring that same energy that we saw in the battle against Rayvert if he wants the win here.
All right, it looks like our drivers are pulling up to the line, getting locked in underneath that Raceway Park tower, where we have repurposed our drag tree for now our drift start tree.
Technically, we repurposed the whole thing.
Well, I mean, IA, wherever they did, they repurposed a lot of it. But yeah, we repurposed this portion.
Selfishly, I love that this is a drift stadium. Loved it back when it was a drag strip. Love it now that it's a drift stadium. It's great for the fans. Anyone who's a fan of motorsports, you're going to tell me you don't like sideways burnouts?
Well, here we go. You be the judge as Jimenez takes that lead. Hutton the chase. Jimenez locks in the outside one, maybe a bit shy, but Hutton's right behind him with that FDF skyline. Both drivers working the outside too. Jimenez a little shy off the box now, but his drivers, Hutton trying to close out that proximity going into that first inside clip. Jimenez doing a good job just tapping that cone. Hutton running it over as both drivers work their way into the last outside zone. And Hutton super deep, maybe even tapping the skyline off, but keeping his composure over the line.
Bringing the heat. As we expected, Jimenez here showing all of that aggression. He does miss outer zone #1 almost completely, but he does a nice job in outer zone #2, and Hutton is right on his door the entire time. It does not phase him, this sort of different line that Jimenez is taking. Going into outer zone #3, Jimenez looking super dialed, super confident, but is there a bobble in the chase position by Hutton?
So I think Hutton got into the wall a little bit there, probably shoving what was confidently behind what every other zone looked like behind Jimenez. But Jimenez filled outside 3 like he should, so that extra 3 feet wasn't there.
Well, the extra 3 feet is because that skyline is so heckin' long.
Well, I don't even know. He doesn't even have headlights. I can't see what it is. But here we go, Hutton taking that lead position. Jimenez the chase.
All right, and away they go across that center section there. Hutton is trying to assert dominance, entering outer zone 2 just a little bit late there. Very dialed as he comes out to the other side of that zone. Jimenez is putting it right on his door. He knows how aggressive Hutton chased. He knows he has to be aggressive. Just wheeling it through outer zone #3 on his door. Nice job in the chase position there by Jimenez, but an excellent lead run by Hutton as well.
I like when a driver kind of knows they kind of butchered the first one, and then like the real driving comes out. You can see it on the right side of the screen. Is Hutton doing a great job through outside zone #1. Jimenez knows he gave him a little bit too much space through 1, tries to jump in now to outside 2, trying to hold that proximity, a little bit of a wavering, trying to dial into the side of that skyline. But Jimenez, you can see him lock in here to that front inside clip and shows a ton of aggression, dumping into outside 3, right to the side of that skyline, keeps it out of the K-rail. Hutton giving him the real estate to play with. A good battle from both of these drivers here.
Yeah, I think the biggest deal there is outer zone 1 for Hutton. He was in it at first, but then I think he maybe lit off the tires and just drove right out of outer zone #1. So unfortunately, I think that's going to be held against him just a bit. But then again, what you're talking about in the chase position with Jimenez is all those corrections in the chase. So the judges are definitely going to take a closer look at this and make their decision from there.
All right, we do have an official victor. Jimenez gets the win, doubling that Freedom Motorsports Let It Ride chip, taking himself into the finals here. That means Hutton, we need you for our third place battle. Hutton, I repeat, we need you for our third place battle. You're not done yet.
You're not done yet, which potentially could land Hutton on the podium. You know, he did lose that battle there. I think there was just a few more errors on his side versus Jimenez. Again, that missing outer zone number 1 or putting his car in there and then leaving too soon. I think that was heavy in the judges' eyes. It doesn't really show the perfect car control, which is what they want to see.
If you get in the box, stay there. It's a nice place.
Yes, stay there until the zone is over, and then you may leave at your leisure. We need Colin Cressett to the line. Colin Cressett to the line for his one more time battle against Chris Meyer. We need both of our drivers frosty and into the burnout box and ready to do battle. So please head up to the line, Colin Cressett and Chris Meyer.
Don't forget, right after this, we're gonna have we have a warm-up for these drivers, right? Our high roller. No warm-up. Oh, these are the big dogs. They don't need no
They've been
practice.
driving all day.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm just trying to be nice. You know, they're friends. But regardless, we're going to shove them to the wolves. We're going to go right into our high roller comp right after our gamblers comp. Our gambler comp is the 235 millimeter tire restriction. Our high roller is our unlimited tire. Run what you brung.
Run what
class.
you brung.
So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with our finals battles of our 235 gambler class, and then stay tuned for our high roller comp momentarily. If you guys are joining us on Facebook and YouTube, thank you guys for joining us on the internet. Make sure you guys show some love to those sponsors on the bottom right of your screen. Let them know the gambler sent you through.
Absolutely. And, you know, the 235 class, the gambler class, they have just as crazy and close and exciting and aggressive battles as the unlimited.
It's better than unlimited.
I would wager to say that you're correct, Mike. I don't want to pick a favorite because I like both of the classes, but just because they have a smaller tire does not mean the aggression and the passion and the amazing driving stops.
Well, our last round over on the road course, our 235 class had some amazing battles. We had people like Pat Gooden and Chelsea Denofa piloting cars on a 235 restricted tire going up against some of our local heroes, and these battles were insane. Make sure you guys check out our other streams from our past rounds and check out your competition and get signed up at racewaypark.com. You yourself can get out here and compete, and regardless, you could just come out here and get hours of laps here at the Drift Stadium at Raceway Park. But as I say that, let's get back to our one more time battle between Chris Meyer and Colin Cressett.
Chris Meyer getting shot out of a rocket ship, but Colin Cressett is not letting him get away, transitioning on his bumper as they come into outer zone number 2. The man on a mission making some contact with Chris Meyer in outer zone number 2, but does not let him fall back as they transition across that air cliff and into outer zone number 3. Wow. Wow.
All right, let's break it down. The one more time battle between Chris Meyer and Colin Cressett.
I need a minute.
Colin trying to jump into the side of the E46 of Chris Meyer, doing a great job through outside 1. Colin trying to jump the line. Chris Meyer a little shy into outside zone number 2, starting to lock in there. Colin starting to put the proximity. Both drivers doing a little bit of a bobble. Colin with a major upset. Chris Meyer taking out that front inside clip and diving into outside 3. Colin trying to close out that proximity. A solid drive out of Chris Meyer, but definitely a few tits and tats from both drivers in each side.
Yeah, you guys are going to take a look at the live stream here to see that replay, but we are going to put the drivers up against each other. This time, Colin Cressett leading and Chris Meyer giving chase. And away they go. Colin Cressett in the lead position and Chris Meyer giving chase. Colin Cressett pouring on the angle, showing that aggression right off the bat as he comes into outer zone number 2. Tossing it over deep left, Chris Meyer putting on his door as we come around outer zone number 3. Colin Cressett is absolutely screaming around this track. Chris Meyer is putting it on his door. Guys, this is insanity.
Colin doing a great job in that lead, giving all the real estate for Chris to use. Colin maybe a little shy on the exit there of outside 2, giving an extra real estate of proximity to Chris Meyer. Here on live stream, you can see the side-by-side. Colin on the right side taking that lead position, doing a good drive through outside 1, dumps into outside 2. Chris Meyer a little shy, kind of close out that proximity. Colin just keeping one side of the axle out, and here he pulls out just a tad early, giving Chris Meyer a little more bite going into that inside clip. Both drivers transition that outside last zone as Colin doing a great job, and Myers a big bobble into outside zone, getting that taillight into the wall. Definitely going to have to lean on the judges to see how that plays out.
This is, if you put their lead runs side by side, which you're seeing right now, they're almost identical with how much smoke they're making, where their angle is in the zones. Like, this is crazy. If we can look closely, maybe we can pick out a few small errors or a few small corrections by each driver, but both of them also super aggressive in the chase position. Maybe Chris Meyer getting a little too aggressive in 3, Colin Cressett maybe getting a little too aggressive in 2.
Yeah, definitely both drivers in their chase making the mistakes. Both their lead drives are super solid. Colin leaving a little bit of points on the table with his lead. Chris Meyer checking off a few more boxes in his lead, but Colin showcasing that he is a threat out here. Our judges are still deliberating, watching the very same footage that you guys are watching at home. You guys are seeing side by side, Colin taking his chase on the left side of your screen and Chris Meyer chasing on your right.
It is taking a minute. You guys at home are watching the replay over and over because our judges are taking their time to decide a winner. They're not just going to pick off the bat because these drivers are so close. They're both regulars here to the Gambler. They're super aggressive driving in both the lead and the chase position. So this is a tough one to call, and they've already gone one more time once. So this is tough. I'm glad I'm not a judge.
Well, this is why I talk into the stick. I don't have to do any of the math. How you doing, Chris Nat?
I still think if we can see this replay here, I think Chris Meyer got a little bit too aggressive in 3. Really tossed it in there, caught the wall a little bit. But then if you look at Colin Cressett in the chase position, he got a little too aggressive in 2 and caught Chris Meyer in the side as well. I think their leads were so evenly matched. They were both very steady, in control of their vehicles, on throttle, just perfectly done. This is a tough call. Could they go a second one more time? Who wants to see Colin Cressett take the win? And who wants to see Chris Meyer take the win? And who wants to see one more time? Yeah, I figured it would be loudest.
Who wants to see Mike Perez win?
No.
Hey, thank you. I needed that.
No, Mike. I'm biased. I'm going to say one more time because I love drifting. I want to see them go again. These are 2 of my favorite drivers, so I'm going to be biased and say one more time. I will forgive Colin for having a VQ because it has a turbo on it.
It sounds great.
It sounds great. I never thought I'd say that out loud.
I thought it was a Jay-Z. They had to tell me.
It is. They bullied me for saying it was a Jay-Z the first time. It's acceptable. I take responsibility. I said the wrong engine.
It is a great G35 coupe, and it comes out here, and it does it every time.
Yeah. And
Colin's
I think
out here for the fun events as well. He beats the crap out of that thing.
Colin has a ton of laps in that car, and I think he's the only G35 driver we've ever seen in competition as well.
You hear that, takeover kids? Step it up.
Yeah, come on. Run. I did. Everyone's wondering whether or not I blew up 2 VQs. I did. Don't love them as a platform.
Murderer.
But those who can make it work, especially with a turbo setup, all the respect going out to them. I am Team LS. LS or die, but you know what? I try not to let that get in the way of good driving, and right now we're seeing some darn good driving.
And it's official. We're going to see a one more time.
Yay!
Chris Meyer going up against Colin Cressette. Another one more time battle. That means, boys, we want to see a clear winner.
That was not unanimous.
That was a split decision from the judges, by the way. Literally 3 different answers from each judge on that battle.
They could not be more split. We had one of our judges give Chris the win. We had one of our judges give Colin Cressette the win. And our third judge said a one more time. And obviously, we all have eyes. We saw that battle. We know why that's going one more time.
They got tires left. They'll be fine. Run
Really,
it back.
it's Sarah gets the win because I get to watch more drifting.
Now I get to yell at things again.
So on a real note there, it's my opinion that the errors happened in the chase position. We saw Chris make an error in the chase position in outer 3. He threw it in too deep, caught the wall a bit, had a correction. And then we saw Colin make an error in outer zone 2. Again, being a little too aggressive, caught the side of Chris Meyer, and then a little bit of an error there. So I think if these guys can clean it up, we might see just the absolute perfect battle of the day. So we are going to have to take a very quick break here because we can't send our third place battle. This is a battle for the finals. The winner of this Meyer and Cressette battle will go against Jimenez for the finals. The loser will see Hutton for the third place battle to find out who's going to stand on the podium. So we need to run this battle before we can move on in competition.
With that being said, I need Jimenez, Hutton, Cressette, and Meyer to report to the grid. I repeat, Jimenez, Hutton, Cressette, and Meyer, report to the grid. You are required in surgery. All right, thank you guys for your patience here. We are still waiting for our drivers to report to the grid. Our one more time battles are definitely taking their toll on our drivers and their machines. For you guys hanging out on the live stream, we appreciate you guys. We also see the chat. Yes, you're not wrong, but that's all I'm going to say about it.
He did the big bad, but that's okay. We
That's
forgive
whatever.
him.
Make sure you guys like and subscribe to offset that.
Yeah, come on. This is the type of energy we want to see in drifting, so
To be honest,
I'm cool with it.
we'll put a label on it.
All right, yeah, we need to decide our winner between Colin Cressette and Chris Meyer before we can move on. These two drivers have gone one more time twice now. We need to see a clear winner, a driver who showcases his ability above the other driver. We need to see flawless chases, flawless leads. The bar is extremely high for this battle.
The sun is going down here at Raceway Park, so just a heads up to our high roller drivers. That means our track conditions will be slightly to aggressively changing throughout the night here. That means pony up, boys.
Warming up those tires in the burnout box. You just saw a battle between Colin Cressette and Chris Meyer, and you're about to see another one.
You're assuming. He could be back there trying to blow it up. You don't know that. Kevin, I see you in the chat. You're not here. I hope that vacation's treating you well, but you just lost out on valuable points in the series.
Yeah, we've already been talking smack on Kev for not showing up. All right, here we go. We have our drivers going again. Chris Meyer in the lead. Colin Cressette giving chase. Chris Meyer with his signature aggressive entry. Tossing it down to outer zone number 1. Throwing it down to outer 2. Giving him a little bit more room here. Probably trying to avoid that error in outer 2 as they transition around that inner clip and into outer zone number 3. Maybe changing track conditions, but that was a little tamer than I thought. A little tamer in the lead and a little tamer of a chase.
Yeah, Chris Meyer checking off outside zone 1 like he should. Colin doing exactly what he needs to do in proximity-wise, giving a little bit too much room, but Chris Meyer going into outside zone 2 a little late. Colin starting to close out the proximity now, giving him a little bit of space where his mistakes were before. A little tad too much angle out of Colin in that transition, but avoids contact, falls back into position behind Chris Meyer in outside 3 and finishes off the run. We're going to have to see a confident drive out of Colin in his lead position here, and Chris Meyer's definitely going to have to put the pressure on as we may or may not see another one more time battle. These guys are ready 2 times as a one more time. We're trying to find the other side of our finals here and who's going to go into our 3rd place battle. And here we go.
I take it back. I don't want another one more time. Colin Cressette is leading, tossing it in there, and Chris Meyer is giving chase. Similar entry there, but he does a great job getting out of the number 2. Doing a better job of putting it on his door as they come around that inner clip. Both drivers just barely missing it, which is what we want to see. And outer zone at number 3 as they come screaming past the judges. That was a great chase.
Once again, you can't have a great chase without a great lead. Colin Cressette doing exactly what he needs to do, but Chris Meyer barking at the side of him the entire time. Colin checked off the checklist. Chris Meyer missing a few boxes. You can see Colin on the right side, maybe leaving one even millimeters early, but he filled that zone. Outside 2 checks in way earlier than Chris Meyer. Chris Meyer's right behind that G35 though. He knows he needs to put the pressure on as Colin clicks through that first inside clip, nice and tight. Meyer's right on the backside, but that G35 clicks in the outside 3 with confidence. No steering input changes and across the finish line. Definitely not making it easy for our judges today.
No. And dare I say, I think Colin Cressette may have done slightly better of a job in the lead.
Oh, yeah.
But hands down, you saw Chris Meyer doing a better job in the chase.
Yeah, but unfortunately, you can't have a great chase without a great lead.
You're not wrong.
So this is in the judges' hands. We'll have to weigh the decisions out. But if it was up to me, checklist to checklist, I think Colin has an advantage.
I think Colin might be at an advantage too here. I think the biggest error we saw was getting into outer 2 in the lead position by Chris Meyer. Colin is not fazed by that error, which is great to note, but I would have liked to see Chris extend that a little bit and get all the way into outer 2. Looks super settled in 3, but so does Colin in the lead. Like, you can't make any mistakes against a driver like that.
Now looking at Chris Meyer's lead lap, his outside zone 1 was very confident. Colin trying to clean that proximity, following Meyer's line into outside 2. Here, Colin's line is adjusted to try to hold that proximity. Colin makes an effort there to change his thing. Colin makes an issue there going into that transition, which causes that gap, but nonetheless, there was no mistakes out of Colin in that chase. So this is where the judges really have to tit for tat, but I think it's going to come down to that lead lap.
Yeah, I think so too. So although Colin didn't have any errors in the chase, he wasn't as active as Chris Meyer in the chase. So the judges will have to take that into consideration, what they'd rather see, you know, an aggressive chase like what we saw by Chris, or a smooth but not quite as close chase as what we saw out of Colin. But then on the flip side, do they want to see a nearly flawless lead run? You know, Colin, we see him maybe leave an outer 1 a little early if I had to pick out an error.
Millimeters.
But just tiny bit. Looking settled, looking dialed in 2. Again, looking great in 3. And Chris Meyer with that 1 little error on his lead run.
Yeah, this is why talking to the stick. Good luck, judges. Two of these drivers are already seeing one more time battles 2 times in a row. These machines and drivers are definitely feeling the pressure and the heat now as the sun goes down here at Raceway Park. This is round 3 of the Gambler. This is the Gambler class, the 235 restricted tires. Don't go anywhere as we conclude. This is finding out who are our final battles, our third place battles, and then after this, we have our high roller, the unlimited tire, run what you brung class directly after this.
Yeah, and the fact that we're yapping so much means the judges are taking a while to deliberate this. We have some guys in the chat commenting, so thank you, everyone. Throw down in the chat who you think is going to win here.
All right, it looks like we have an official verdict. Our judges have gone with Chris Meyer for the win. Chris Meyer gets the win. At this time, I need Colin to report for the third place battle. Colin, please get your machine ready for that third place battle.
So we can shed a little bit of light as to why. It was a split decision. We had one of our judges go one more time. The other 2 went with Chris Meyer. So although Chris Meyer had that error of not getting into outer 2 quite as early, the judges felt that Colin Cressette had a little bit of an error with leaving outer 1 early. So in their eyes, it was kind of similar with making a mistake. And as you guys can see, Chris Meyer chased so much harder than Colin, and I think that's what tipped the scale slightly. But again, as we were saying earlier, it's splitting hairs here.
Definitely a confident drive from both of our drivers here, but Colin's day is not done. He needs the battle for the bottom side of the box. He still has a chance to take home one of the big checks, but he'll have to take out the other driver of Hutton, who has been on a tear through the entire comp here today. But then on the other side of our finals, Meyer is going to take out Jimenez, who's both these drivers are hanging on to Let It Ride tokens thanks to Freedom Motorsports, Drift HQ, and South Bay Fuel Injectors. We'll get our winner here of the Gambler class of the 235 tire momentarily as we let our drivers and machines get back and ready to the grid.
And it's not just the competition here today. We do have a point series for the Gambler as well. Colin Cressette is sitting 5th in points, so this is a big deal for him. We see Kevin, what's up in the chat? Hello, Kilbasa Kev. He is ahead of Colin, but since he didn't show up today, Colin might jump up a few paces. Rich Whiteman going out early as well, who's ahead of Colin. So just the fact that Colin made it this far in the competition, I think he's going to be doing a little bit better in points here. Chris Meyer also number 1 in points, so it behooves him to do well today. So this should be interesting.
See ya.
Luckily, you guys in the chat have the privilege of talking smack, so go ahead and keep it coming. We are reading your messages. We have to keep it PG, keep it universal. We can't pick favorites here.
No, if it was up to me, I think Colin got it. But That's why I don't do the math.
Yeah. I think it was too close. I think it would have been another.
It was tight.
Yeah.
I mean, they went one more time 3 times in a row. It was definitely great battling from both of these drivers. They have nothing to be ashamed of. And it's definitely choosing and picking hairs out of here. And our judges have watched that. The screen's filthy. They got so many fingerprints on that
Yeah,
thing.
I have a sinking feeling that we're going to see both Chrisette and Meyer on the podium today. That's my prediction.
Well, he's got to take out Cameron Hutton, who has been on a tear the entire day, coming out from dead last in qualifying, taking out our #1 qualifier, jumping through the brackets, and now only getting taken out from Jimenez, who is now standing in the finals.
All right, so we have some information for you guys. We do have a protest, which is why you're watching the replay here. Our drivers are allowed to protest, but they need to come to us with a clear rule that was broken, a clear mistake or something that was missed. They need video evidence as well, so they're definitely going to be pulling up the live stream there. So we are going to just make sure, take a second look, hear our driver out, and review the protest before we come to a decision.
I mean, at this point, light up the chat. Let me know who you think actually took the win. Do you think you side with the judge's decision of Chris Meyer taking the win or Colin Chrisette in that G35? Jumping into the live stream, let us hear your thoughts as we get this protest taken care of. We need to lock this in before we can do anything else, really.
Yeah, and we keep in mind that decision was a split decision. One of our judges said one more time. The other two went with Chris, and they took a good while to come to that decision as well. So it was not made lightly. If the driver has
We're
any
all human beings here.
Right. If the driver has any new information or something specific they want to present to us, our driver steward is going to take a look, review it, and then we'll come to our final decision here before we run our third place battle.
Now, of course, we respect all of our drivers here, so we want to hear our drivers out. So please be patient with us as we work through this. Enjoy the replay of that one more time battle, the third time through of Colin Chrisette and Chris Meyer. As soon as we get this dialed in, we'll move into our finals and our third place battle here of our gambler class, the 235 restricted tire. And then right after, we jump into our high roller, the unlimited tire comp. So stay tuned here. Thank you guys for joining us here at Raceway Park, live and in person for this beautiful weather here in New Jersey. If you guys are joining us on YouTube and Facebook, thank you. Make sure you guys show some love and appreciation to the sponsor roll on the bottom half of your screen. Show some love. Let them know the gambler sent you through. Premio sausage, the way sausage should be. Thanks for sending those big checks over, fellas. All right, it looks like our protest has been concluded. After our discussions, Colin and our judges have come to an agreement that our judges' call will stand. Colin is getting himself ready for his third place battle. Chrisette will take the battle against Cam Hutton in that FDF Skyline. That means our final battles for our Gambler 235 class will go up against Jimenez and Meyer. Both of these drivers holding on to Let It Ride chips thanks to Drift HQ, South Bay Fuel Injectors, and Freedom Motorsports. Max Kimlin, chat wants to see more dually burnouts.
I gotta say, I was pleasantly surprised. I was impressed with the dually burnout. I was worried at first, but it was good to see.
All right, it looks like our third place battle is working their way into the burnout box as we speak. If anybody has an S14 axle, Steve Misko is looking. Pretty sure he borrowed the last one he blew up.
All right, and away we go for our third place battle. Colin Cressette going against Hutton. Cressette is leading. He did qualify higher, as we know, as he comes screaming out of outer zone number 1 and putting it right where he should be in outer zone number 2. Looks like Hutton is having a little bit of difficulty keeping on Colin's line as they come around that inner clip and transition into outer zone number 3. You can tell Colin wants to stand on that podium. Nicely done by Colin Cressette.
Colin coming out with a heater of a lead lap to kick it off deep into outside 1, set that angle well before that last initiation point, making Hutton chase him down through those zones. Colin doing a fantastic job through outside zone number 2, locked and loaded, trying to use that throttle, a little bit of steering input, but then you see him lock in, using that throttle to get that car set for that front inside clip, works his way, transition down the outside 3. Hutton doing a great job transitioning, following behind Colin's G35 and across the finish line. We got these drivers flipped back across the line. Cressette now in that chase, Hutton to lead.
And away we go for the second part of this run. Hutton just giving it a little bit of a surge before he enters right at that 1 of the 3-2-1 cone. Doing a decent job with outer zone number 1, coming around to outer zone number 2, and Colin reels him in. He's pointing on his door as they come around to that inner clip. Oh no.
Gabby.
Oh no.
And a shutdown out of Cam Hutton.
Something I want to see, I'm not even going to pass judgment. Something went down at the end of outer zone number 2. There was contact, there was a bit of a straighten. Here's the replay, let's see what was going on.
Colin's G35 looks like it falls out of its power band on the end of outside 2. Hutton locks himself into outside 2. Colin doing a fantastic job biting to the door panels. Here you can see the car falls out of power band, maybe a little bit of understeer, brake lockup bite, smacks in the side of Hutton's Skyline. And I think Hutton has a little bit of a hiccup through that transition. We're going to have to see that replay on the right side of your screen if you're watching at home. Hutton taking that lead position. Colin is trying to fall into that position here. He locks in super well early into outside 2, but here he falls off that power band where Hutton tries to make a manipulation for the inside clip. He sees contact, and I think Hutton just loads up that swing just a little too much. And unfortunately, I think Colin may or may not have caused that incident.
That's a really tough one. Now, if we're talking about contact in drifting, judging by if there was any damage to the car, sometimes cars can continue to drift in the same direction they were moving, but then the problem comes in with the transition. The car is off kilter, an arm might be broken, but it does not allow them to transition into the other direction.
It looks like he got a good bite out of the chassis there and just caused a little too much rotation, almost the similar rotation that Colin saw in his chase lap in his previous battle, and just Hutton just unsprung that FDF angle to the other direction and just threw the car's trajectory off. So unfortunately, Colin just getting a little too aggressive, a little understeer with a brake jab, getting a little stabby going through that inside clip, throwing off Cam Hutton's line. We'll have to lean on the judge's official decision because I'm not smart enough to judge.
And for anyone that is here in person, you can see the track crew is working on the track. There was significant enough impact that there was a bunch of pieces that came off of Colin's car and off of Hutton's car as well. So they're cleaning the track up right now. It was a significant hit.
It's not Hutton's headlights.
Well, I guess we can count ourselves lucky that there is no headlight glass on the track right now. I think most of the debris came from Colin's grill. But either way, it was a significant enough hit that there is debris down on the track. And our judges are going to have to take a super close look at what went down there with that second run. We're seeing this run on the replay here for our live stream, and in person you're getting to see our fantastic track workers and our safety crew cleaning up this track, making sure it is safe to continue competition. Again, that was a significant enough hit. The contact was there where we're actually picking up pieces of car off the track here. So it was a big hit, easily could have caused that error from Hutton in that third outer zone. So the judges are gonna take a look and let us know what they find.
Once again, I appreciate the aggression. It looks like Colin may have just ran out of feet to press the pedals that he needed. That G falling out of its power band, a clutch kick, and a brake stab, maybe a too aggressive, got him into the side of that skyline, low suspension in the other way of the angle, and Cam probably could have saved it with some magic, a lot of pedal dancing, but that's not his responsibility. Once again, I'm not a judge. I just calls him like I sees him and says it into the sticks.
Plus, you know, we're not us announcers, the judges, we're not inside the car with the driver. We don't know what kind of failure there could have been mechanically. These cars were designed to operate at their limits, so mechanical failures we see all the time. So who knows what would have went down, what happened, the reason for this error, but still there was contact. It does seem to be on Colin, and we'll go from there.
Now, I don't know the lap times here in the stadium, but it is less than 60 seconds that these drivers are going through. So they have to go and make split-second decisions all day in this heat, under pressure. Definitely a hard task to do. Drifting in itself is a skill set, but a lot of the mental thing is dialing in what is necessary, when to bark, when to hold them, and when to fold them. As our judges go into our final decision, we look like we have a official. It's going to be a one more time battle between Colin Cressett and Cam Hutton. I repeat, a one more time battle for our third place here as Colin and Cam Hutton. We'll see a one more time.
So this one more time decision was split. Some of our judges saw the hit and the error in 3 as independent. Some of them didn't. So because of that, they're going to run it one more time.
I feel like we should introduce our judges.
I feel like we should too.
You know what? Let's put a face to these names.
We have Alex Jager joining us from ProSpec. Alex is a ProSpec driver, no stranger to the Gambler. He came back in the early Gambler days, and I think he just ran it the entire series. Multiple podiums.
He doesn't need that.
But anyway, he's not a stranger to competition. He's not a stranger to the Gambler. That is one of our judges there sitting on the end. Next up, we have Kenrick Meyer. Kenrick Meyer also no stranger to competition in Pro. He was in Pro 2 back when there was Pro 2 in Formula Drift, and he also is a regular at the Gambler and a judge previously. And rounding out our third judge, we have Chris Stevens, another Gambler regular, a driver of a V8 S13, who has also judged with us before. So these guys have a ton of laps under their belt. They have a ton of seat time as a judge as well. So I trust their judgment, Mike. What about you?
I don't trust nobody. All right, so we're waiting for our third place battle to get back up for our one more time. Cam Hutton and that FDF Skyline's got to take out Colin Cressett. All right, here we go. Colin taking that lead position, going up against Hutton at FDF Skyline. Cressett jumps in front of that outside zone number 1, checks in that half of the axle, gets that G35 out to outside zone number 2, checks in the outside box, but Hutton's right behind him, holding that proximity, matching his angle, a little bit of steering whip, but as Hutton starts to chop the line, going into that inside clip, setting himself out for that outside zone number 3. Colin with a great drive in the outside 3, but Hutton shortly behind him. A fantastic job from Colin in the lead, and Hutton shortly behind him.
Now that was even better, I think, Mike. You can see that Colin is still bringing the heat in the lead, maybe leaving one a little bit early for my taste, but Hutton in the chase is putting it on his door. I think he's had enough laps behind Colin or with Colin in general that he knows that he's the type of driver where he could have that great lead, which allows Hutton to have that chase. So he is being super aggressive in the chase position. But again, like we've said a million times, you can't have a good chase without a good lead. So both drivers, I think, on point there. But luckily, we get to flip them around and go again this time. Hutton will lead and Colin will chase.
All right, here we go. That FDF Skyline taking that lead position. Hutton, Colin falling behind a little bit, giving a little bit of gap going to outside one. As Hutton, I don't know how far he got into the zone. I was watching where Colin was. He's trying to clean up the proximity now. He's outside two. Hutton in that FDF Skyline clicking through outside two as Colin doing a little bit of adjustment, getting back into position in that front inside clip. Both drivers transition to outside three. Colin doing a good job falling to the side of the Skyline as both drivers cross over the finish line.
I don't know what was up with that entry, but we got to see that again. If Colin was not sideways by that mark on the wall, that could easily be a 0 in the chase. I'm going to need to see it again. So if you guys are watching here in person or if you're at home, there are 3 orange marks on the wall. Those are our 3, 2, 1 cones. You can enter pretty much wherever you like, but that is the zone where we see most drivers enter. But the rule is you need to be sideways by that 3 cone. There's also a white line on the track as well. If you're not sideways by that point, that is a 0.
It does appear to our drone footage that Colin did initiate at or before that last initiation point, but that gap going through outside 1 into outside 2, he did clean it up and did a fantastic job once he did, but he fell out of position there as Cam shot forward through that outside zone.
Yeah, I think it's a late initiation, not really bringing it. Allowed him to just fall back that far.
I wonder if there was a misshift there, maybe a little fumble on the pedals, but unfortunately, I think that might seal the deal.
And as we said earlier, we don't know what's going on with the car. We don't know what's up with the machine. We're up here in the judges' tower. It could easily be some sort of mechanical failure that he is battling, which is causing these errors. So unfortunately, that leaves it in the hands of our judges, and we'll let you know when we have a decision.
All right, so we have the official winner of the 3rd place. We are going to announce our 3rd place winner, but the final battle is about to take place with Jimenez and Meyer, and we will not announce our winner here, but wait until the conclusion of our high roller class. And our winner here of the 3rd place in the 235 Gambler class makes the noise for Cameron Hutton in that FDF Skyline, taking out Colin Crissette. A hell of a drive from both of our drivers, but Colin putting it back in the trailer as Cam Hutton will take the 3rd place.
A great drive from Hutton, qualifying 9th, ending up on the podium here today. But Colin Crissette does get those 4th place points as we send our finals. Chris Meyer in the lead. And Jimenez will give chase. Chris Meyer showing us that aggression as he comes into outer zone number 2. Too shallow in that zone, which as they come around the end of outer zone number 2, across that inner clip and transitioning into outer zone number 3. Chris pointed Ray where it's supposed to be, but Jimenez is on his door.
Jimenez.
Jeez, maybe not matching angle, but he's got that proximity.
Jimenez jumped to the side. Meyer doing a fantastic job through outside 1, getting out to angle very aggressively, but he gets in the outside 2 late. Jimenez takes his opportunity to close his proximity, falls back into the line where both drivers find where exactly they need to be for their judges. Click back that front inside clip. Jimenez on the back monitor, both E46s jump into the outside 3. Jimenez taking out a little bit of angle to hold that proximity, but a lot of control from both drivers as they click off the first half of this battle. Looking forward to the second half is Chris Meyer now the chase, Jimenez the lead.
Yeah, I think the biggest error that we saw there from the lead was Chris Meyer in outer zone number 2. But here they go again. This time Jimenez is going to lead and Meyer will give chase. Meyer super aggressive there. You can tell he needs to make up ground. Jimenez tossing it in. Does a good job filling outer zone number 1. Gets out to outer zone number 2 and Chris Meyer is trying to get him. Jimenez doing a great job with outer 2 and Chris Meyer is reeling in as they come around to that inner clip and transition into outer zone number 3. Jimenez a little bit shallow in 3. 3, but Chris Meyer is right there with him.
A great drive from both of these drivers. Jimenez doing exactly what needed to be seen in that real estate of the front lead car. Both E46s doing what was necessary here round 3 of the Gambler. You can see on the right side of the screen, Jimenez clicking off outside zone 1 very well. Chris Meyer making his point known as both drivers working the outside 2. Meyer a little bit of a bobble there, falls behind Jimenez with a confident drive through outside 2. Jimenez using that throttle, a little bit of a weight, setting himself up for that front inside clip, but both drivers dump into that outside last zone. Jimenez with an aggressive, hard charge into the zone, but Chris Meyer shortly behind him, pressing and closing up that proximity as the run went on.
I'm not going to pick a winner here, Mike. Instead, I'm going to give a huge shout out to all of our media folks that are out here today, braving the heat in the middle of the track, watching all this action go down so we can have some sweet media to post on the internet. And that's pretty sweet, Mike.
Big shout out to Barry over Digital Adrenaline, always slapping on those swivel mounts on the cars. Always
Absolutely.
a spicy footage, especially in the Drift Stadium.
And all of our boys in each of the media pits and girls coming out today. Thank you guys so much. You guys are awesome. We love our media here at The Gambler, while our judges are deliberating to decide who is the winner. If we have a winner, we will let you know, but not let you know who. You're gonna have to join us at the podium, and even if you are watching online, you will be able to join us via the live stream. But it could go one more time, Mike. We've seen a frickin' million one more times, but
Well,
we will let
it's
you know.
never off the table. It is an option. We could have a winner, a loser, or we could see another battle, but nonetheless, we have an entire another competition to take place here. Our high roller, the unlimited tire class, is still yet to compete. All right, we do have a winner, but I'm not going to say anything yet. You're going to have to wait for the conclusion of our high roller class taking place right now. So with that being said, I need all of our high roller unlimited tire drivers to report to the grid. I repeat, it is party time for our high roller competition drivers. We have a winner of the Gambler class of round 3, the 235 restricted tires, that we will announce at our awards ceremony. If you guys are joining us here watching the 235 class on live stream, thank you for joining us here. The lights are going down, but the action has not stopped. Stay tuned as we gather up the big dogs. I'm loving the live chat here, so you guys go ahead and put your votes in. We will announce our official winners, but I would love to see the chat's interpretation of what our judges have done today. So make your voices heard, vote into the chat. Who do you think took home the win here at the Gambler class of round 3?
Hey, put some money on it too.
I mean, you can't gamble on YouTube. I think we'll get yelled at for that.
I think most of the people in the chat know each other.
You're right. I'll send my QR code in my story. Send all payments to me.
Yeah, toss a few Venmos each other's way. Put some money on it. This is the Gambler after all.
I mean, it's not your dollar.
Do you think this series has the most bets in it? It's not just the win, the overall win. We have so many side bets going on. I think it's safe to say this is the most bets going on in a series.
I think I can confidently say this is the only drift series with this many options to walk away with money. You don't
Absolutely.
even have to win here and you can win.
And speaking of that, I think there is a $500 pot on the High Roller Series for the Last Man Standing. And to let you guys know, Last Man Standing is a bet between the drivers. Yes, we do hold the money, but the house takes nothing. All of the winnings go directly to the driver, and you don't have to win. All you have to do is be the last driver in the pot in the bet.
Now, I do believe we have 6 last man standings in our high
Yep.
roller. We also have some last chance battles to get that last 8th position in our top 8. That top 8 position is going to have to go against our number 1 qualifier, Dirk Stratton, one of our last man standing entries. But we have a full bracket of Jacob Lipton, Josiah Feliz, Daniel Malvazio, Ricky Hoffman, Trevor Root, and Brian Hopp to battle it out in our high roller unlimited tire Run What You Brung class, starting momentarily. As we gather our drivers up to the line, make sure you guys grab some snacks, grab a seat. We'll get back to the action here momentarily.
We can hear our drivers heading up to the line. The first battle up is our battle to get into the 8th place spot. Matt Bystrak, Max Kimlin are going up to decide who sees Dirk Stratton in the top 8.
All right, we need our high roller drivers to report to the grid. I've given you a little bit of respectful time to gather your marbles, get your team up to speed. But at this point, I am ready for our drivers. We are ready for the party. The chat on the live stream, I think, is ready for the party. We're ready to see these rocket ships strapped to these guys' butts, ready to compete. Here at round 3 of the Gambler, the high roller, run what you brung, unlimited tire. I'm pretty sure you can have air jacks in this series too. Oh, you can have air jacks here?
That's at Josiah.
All right, we're just gathering our drivers here, so just momentarily grab your snacks, grab your seats. Make sure you show your love to your sponsors in the bottom right. If you're joining us with our live stream, tell them the Gambler sent you through. Bonus points if you tell them Mike Perez sent us through. I'm always looking for checks. Thanks, guys. Matthew Bystrak. Matthew Bystrak. We need you in surgery. Please report to the grid. I repeat, Bystrak, we need you in surgery. Please report to the grid.
Buddy.
Pontoon Pete, get Matt up to the line. I just need an excuse to yell at somebody. We are gathering in our last chance battles right now for that last 8 position to go up against Dirk Stratton in our high roller unlimited tire here at round 3 of the Gambler. If you guys are still joining us here on the live stream, thank you for your patience as we have got Matt Bystrak in that lead position going up against some other driver. Max Kimlin. Jesus, good luck, Matt.
Max Kimlin has hung up the golf clubs for a hot minute to come out and throw down some laps. Bystrak is leading, and Max Kimlin is giving chase. Bystrak entering super fast, very aggressive outer zone number 1 as he transitioned in out. Oh no! Oh no! Oh dear! There it is. Oh. You tried.
An unfortunate turn of events for Bystrak, shutting it down into outside 2. But he does keep that S13 out of the wall. An unfortunate turn of events because Bystrak had a confident drive up into outside 1. Bystrak doing exactly what needed to be done in outside 1. Kimlin falling a little bit behind in the smoke line, but unfortunately Bystrak's car shutting off. Kimlin keeping it out of the side of that S chassis. A lot of car control from Max Kimlin, especially in that big dump into outside 2, but unfortunately we're going to have to flip him back. Hopefully Bystrak's car can stay running.
This might be a testament to the changing track conditions. This is not the same track our drivers were practicing on earlier, so it may not be the exact same drive. The car might feel completely different, so it might be causing an error there on Bystrak's part.
All right, it looks like Matt Bystrack is going to call his competition 5 timeout. With no hands can touch that machine yet. We're waiting for Will to show up with our 5-minute time clock. Hopefully Bystrack has an extra axle, but unfortunately it looks like he had a mechanical failure.
While our driver is taking his competition 5 timeout so his crew can put hands on the car, we are going to try to move on to our next battle between Trevor Root and Brian Hopp. Both of these drivers are in the last man standing pot. Both of these drivers are in the points race, so this should be interesting.
All right, we got our next battle up in the line. Trevor Root going up against Brian Hopp. Trevor Root qualifying 2nd, Brian Hopp qualifying 7th. Both these drivers are weapons in these machines as both drivers click into outside 1. Trevor Root getting outside 1 nice and deep, and Brian Hopp right behind him. Brian Hopp with that MA Motorsports machine trying to close up that gap now. Trevor Root, E36, both drivers work to that front inside clip. Brian Hopp back in position now, jumps through that smoke line, and Trevor Root clicking off the boxes. Brian Hopp and Maniac all over the place, surging back at Root, but definitely not holding his proximity.
That was a good point. Brian, although a very aggressive driver, makes a lot of adjustments, so he goes a little bit wide there in 1. Trevor Root is looking dialed, he's looking steady, the type of driving we're used to from Trevor, but that allows Brian to surge up to the side of his door, leaving outer zone number 2. They both do a great job since that cone of the inner clip is standing. And then in outer zone 3, super steady, and then Brian just takes some angle out just right before the finish line. So hopefully we can see Brian put a steady, smooth, committed run down just like Trevor Root did, so we can, give the judges another hard time.
Well, Trevor Root now sitting in that chase position, has to go up against Brian Hopp sitting in the lead. Brian Hopp piloting that black S13 built by MA Motorsports with a monstrosity of a drivetrain underneath of it. And Trevor Root with that family-built E36, also no shy from the horsepower. Both these guys ready to take it out.
All right, Brian Hopp coming around outer zone number 2. Trevor Root pretty darn steady coming around outer zone number 2. Across that air clip, pouring on the angle and staying in the throttle as he comes around to outer zone to number 3. A small error by Trevor Root here, but keep in mind, again, what we have been saying all day, a good chase is only possible from a good lead. In my opinion, Brian Hopp put on way too much angle coming out of 2, past that inner clip. He was almost at lock. We heard him lighten off the tires before he transitioned. So we're gonna watch this one again and see how much of that was an error in the lead and how much of it was an error in the chase.
I'm gonna say it. That MA Motorsports car is so fast, it's too fast for the stadium.
Maybe. Absolutely. So another rule I want to point out to you guys, we're going to take a look at this closer. So the drivers are allowed to slow down before the zone, but when they are in the zone, we expect them to be fully in the throttle, fully committed, no slowdown. So as we can see Brian transitioning across the outer zone number 3, You're allowed to decel beforehand, but you need to be on throttle, fully committed in the zone.
Now, keep in mind, Brian Hopp is carrying a ton of corner speed, both entry and exit speed, as he works his way through the course here. So the way he manipulates that car is very different, say, than Trevor Root. You can see Trevor Root manipulating, making changes the way he drives his car to keep up to the side, making surges and decisions to try to clean up the proximity behind that rocket ship of Brian Hopp.
And again, I think I jinxed it. This is obviously giving the judges a ton to look at in that zone, where the error was, who caused that little bit of a hiccup there, and which driver they felt did a better job at putting down a good run.
Well, I'm not ashamed of it because both of these cars, when they run by the bleachers, vibrate the entirety of it. So I would love to see both of these drivers drive again. If you guys are just joining us, this is our high roller unlimited tire class. These guys are competing out for the big checks to see who's going to stand on the box. We just finished up a Trevor Root and Brian Hopp battle. We still have 2 more battles to go in our top 8. Actually, I believe we have 3 more battles in our top 8.
We do. We do. And the battle into the 8th place spot. Matt Bystrack has taken his competition timeout mid-battle, so we still have to run the second half of that battle to decide who goes up against Dirk Stratton at the top of our bracket.
All right, it's official. Trevor Root and Brian Hopp are going to go one more time.
I think our judges want to see those 2 drivers clean it up. Obviously, Brian Hopp did a little bit too much of a slowdown going into Outer Zone 3, and Trevor Root didn't really have the best reaction to that. So both drivers kind of need to clean that up there. So to clarify what our judges are looking for here, we need our drivers to look steady. We don't need any sort of massive changes in speed, even when they're transitioning between zones. So they would have liked Brian Hopp to be a little bit smoother getting into 3, not too much of a slowdown, and we wanted Trevor Root to not be affected by Brian Hopp as much. So it's kind of on both drivers there for that error into 3, so they want to see him run it again.
All right, here we go. Another battle here in the high roller class. Ricky Hoffman going up against Danmo. Both drivers clicking in outside zone number 1. Danmo clicking into the box. Ricky Hoffman adjusting his line, trying to clean up proximity. Both drivers working into outside 2. Hoffman a little south of the line. Danmo's E46. Both drivers work past that inside clip. Danmo doing a good job of transition to 3. Ricky trying to close that proximity gap now as both drivers work across the finish line. Ricky just trying to keep up to the side of E46 of Danmo.
Two great drivers here doing battle. We can see him coming into outer zone number 2. I would have liked to see Danmo enter 2 just a little bit earlier, but it does allow Ricky to sort of get towards his door. But still, we see a few adjustments in the chase position from Ricky Hoffman. But again, that slowdown by Danmo into 3 allows Ricky to sort of try to reel him in there. Personally, I would have liked to see Ricky a little bit closer in the chase. We've already seen some crazy aggressive battles there, and I would have liked to see just a few less adjustments in the lead position.
I think that's just a showcase of how important this run-up is into turn 1. Ricky just gave Danmo a little bit too much gap, and Ricky just couldn't clean up that proximity. You see him making decisions, trying to do it now. As we got the second half of the battle, as Ricky Hoffman takes the lead, and Danmo to chase.
Ricky Hoffman zooming off the entry there, entering right around the 2, allowing Danmo to get close to him, but then he just lights it off going into outer zone number 2. Ricky Hoffman not keeping up in outer zone number 2, and Danmo right on the to get away, although his line is off. Transitioning across that inner clip into outer zone number 3, and Ricky Hoffman is not in those zones. However, an error in the chase position by Danmo as well.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Danmo looks like he shut it off in outside 3. I don't know what happened there. Let's take a look back on our side-by-side replays. On the right side of your screen, you can see Ricky Hoffman taking his lead as both drivers work their way to outside 1. Ricky a bit shy of outside zone number 2. We need to see him a little deeper, but Danmo's doing a great job following and mimicking that line going through outside 2. Both drivers work their way inside clip. Ricky doing a good job as they transition to outside 3 as Danmo starts to bark. But here, Danmo makes a major mistake, a little bit of a steering correction as he goes over the finish line. We'll have to see how much that weighs in the judge's eyes as both drivers are now being scrutinized by our panels.
Yeah, we don't have the luxury of a D-cell light. It seems like in outer zone 3 with Ricky in the lead and Danmo in chase, there was a speed difference there. So I don't know if it was Ricky slowing down or Danmo being too aggressive there in outer zone 3.
I don't think there's enough real estate taken away from Danmo to make it 100% Ricky's fault.
Agreed.
I think Danmo did wave or yield to that motion.
Correct.
But that's where it comes down that just hit him, dude. Just hit him.
Personally, I have been a spotter before, and I maybe would have given that advice. If there is a speed change by the lead driver, commitment in the chase position sometimes calls that out. So I would have said to stay in it, and it is what it is. But
contact is never the answer.
No, absolutely not.
But the motion to contact is usually the answer.
Yes, it's such a fine line. That's what we're talking here. The perfect run, the perfect lead, the perfect chase is walking that razor's edge. And that's what ends up happening here in competition, is that it's just so close to perfection that any small error is going to hold against you. But here we go with the second half of this battle. Max Kimlin is leading. Matt Bystrak is giving chase. Kimlin looking settled in the lead position as he comes around. Not quite as deep in outer zone 2, but it's allowing Matt Bystrak to get close to him. Max does pull a bit of a gap there as he gets a little too wide on that inner clip. Coming around, and he does miss outer zone number 3 in the lead position. So we do see a few errors there in the lead from Max. But Matt Bystrak is consistent in the chase, but not quite as close as we can.
All right, we do have a verdict from our previous battle. Ricky Hoffman will just squirt by with the win. I repeat, Ricky Hoffman with the win will work his way into the next bracket. A great drive from Danmo, but unfortunately, a little mistake is going to cost him the battle. You guys are at home or watching the replay of Max Kimlin with that C6 Corvette in the lead, taking out Matt Bystrak in that chase position. We're going to flip those drivers back around, make them swap position. Matt to lead, Kimlin to chase.
Yeah, some more about what we were talking about earlier, where when it's at this point in the battle, this point in competition, they are splitting hairs, and they felt as if that error in the chase position really stood out, so it did go to Ricky Hoffman there. But Danmo did do a fantastic job in his lead as well, so, you know, that's competition, man.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is the cards that fell today, but that is the gambler. This is only round 3 in the series. There is an entire point series here at Raceway Park. Make sure you send yourself over to racewaypark.com, sign yourself up, get out here, get a chance to win some money, the big checks, stand on the box, the win, the glory, the blood, the sweat, the tears, and there's great food at the Grease Truck.
And in the high roller series, the payout is for as many drivers that show up. So if we get a ton of drivers that show up, the payout will be huge. But here we go into our next battle. This is Lipton and Fillets. Lipton is leading and Josiah Blaze is giving chase. Lipton in that Corvette is coming around outer zone number 2, not as quite as deep as we would like. Josiah transitioning on his bumper, putting it super close to Lipton as they come around that inner clip and transition into outer zone number 3. Lipton not as deep as we want, but Josiah is mirroring that interaction there. Nice job by both of these drivers.
Lipton doing a good job getting in the outside zone number 1, but Josiah's right beside him. The Canadian pulling in, closing that proximity as the Corvette tries to lock himself into outside 2. Having half of the axle outside of the box of outside 2 as Josiah's trying to clean up that proximity. He's worked through the inside clip now as Lipton clicks into outside 3, maybe a tad late, but Josiah nice, calm, and composed behind him. We're going to get our drivers flip back around, Josiah to take the lead, and Lipton the chase. If you guys are wondering the verdict of our last chance battle, it's going to be Kimlin taking the win, taking on Dirk Stratton.
And away we go. This time Josiah is leading and he's coming out of the gate like a rocket ship coming across that center section. Lipton is struggling to catch up, but Josiah is not in outer zone number 2. He does eventually get into that zone, but he's absolutely moving, making it difficult for Lipton to catch up as he comes around outer zone number 3, and an error there. Josiah.
That was a missile, but it wasn't guided.
Right.
Josiah did not put it where it needed to be, but that thing was blazing through the stadium here. But Lipton, probably confused. He's like, what do I do?
Uncharacteristic for Josiah. Again, maybe the track conditions are to blame, but normally we don't see him this far off. He was out of outer zone number 2 and out of outer zone number 3. So that is definitely something to take into consideration. And really quick, while our judges are deliberating, to shed some light on that Kimlin and Bystrack battle. Bystrack was coming in with a 0. So again, when we saw Kimlin putting down a run that was not a 0, it was very easy for them to go ahead and give him the win. So Max Kimlin will go up against Dirk Stratton, all Corvette battle in just a second, but we do need to get a winner between Josiah Blaze and Jacob Lipton.
All right, we make it official. Josiah Blaze gets the win, taking out Lipton.
So Josiah is going to get the win there against Lipton. Both of their leads were not as dialed as we would have liked. However, Josiah in the chase was much closer than Lipton was. So it is going to come down to the chase, and Josiah is going to get the win there.
Just to expand on that a little further, Josiah showed a lot of car control following a line that was not predetermined. Both drivers threw out a lead lap that was not exactly what the judges wanted to see, but Josiah managed and worked with that choice and that avenue much better. And here we go right into our next battle.
Trevor Root in the lead and Brian Hopp in the chase position. Trevor Root coming across the center section, but Brian Hopp is on his door as they come around outer zone number 2. Steady, allowing Brian to put it on his door. This is the chasing we want to see from Brian. As they come into outer zone number 3, Trevor Root widens that gap a little bit as both of these V8 cars scream across the line. Mike, I don't know about you, but that is the aggression that we know from Brian, that we've been waiting to see.
I'm going to call it right now. He's still holding back. He's still scared on the transitions. He's given so much room to Trevor Root, but he is sucking him back up in every single zone. But Root is dialed in every zone here. Outside 2, clear, cut, and clean. Checklist off. The front clip, done. The outside zone 3, checked. But Brian Hopp is literally behind him, chasing him down like a missile.
Yeah, and if we know Trevor Root, we've been watching him drive all day. He's a very consistent driver. You can put it on his door. So Brian falling back a bit in outer 3, maybe a little bit of a deduction there. But again, outer zone number 1 and 2, Brian was absolutely super aggressive in chase. So this time, Brian leading and Trevor Root giving chase.
Let's see if we can get a Hopp quake in the lead as Brian Hopp clicks in the outside zone number 1. Trevor Root right behind him. Hopp doing a great job through outside 1, but Trevor Root falling right behind him. Trevor Root getting deep in the outside 2. Trevor Root matching the angle and closing proximity at the same time as both drivers working in the front inside clip. Both drivers transition to outside 3. Trevor Root needs to close it up. Brian Hopp right in the box, but Trevor Root's right behind him. Trevor Root, a small mistake going into outside 2, cleans it up and matches his angle and cleans up the proximity. Wow.
I'm hyped, Mike. I'm stoked on this run. We can see it on the replay here. Brian Hopp, again, super aggressive. We know how he drives. Maybe a little bit of
the missile knows where it is because the missile knows where it isn't.
Maybe a little bit of a slow up on Brian's part going into outer zone 2, which allows Trevor Root to catch up and get on his door in 3. Brian has a capable machine. I'm speaking for myself. I would like to see a little bit more angle out of him through the entire track. But again, let's think back to the first run. Brian did an absolutely phenomenal job in the chase, maybe a small error in 3. Trevor Root did an amazing job in the chase, maybe a small error in, 2? So I think they're very evenly matched.
If you guys are joining us at home on both Facebook and YouTube, both thank you for joining us here at round 3 of the Gambler. Well, you guys are watching the side-by-side laps of Trevor Root taking his lead on the left and Brian Hopp taking his lead on the right. All right, it looks like our judges have deciphered this battle, and we have a winner. Brian Hopp taking the win, taking out Trevor Tree. Trevor Root, unfortunately, is going to end his weekend here, getting taken out by the Hopquake. He'll move into the next bracket where he'll have to face off against Ricky Hoffman. Our next battle on the line should be Dirk Stratton versus Kimlin, a couple of C6 Corvettes. All right, here we go to the next side of this battle here. Dirk Stratton going up against Matt Kimlin. Dirk Stratton blazes out from underneath that tower. He clicks into outside zone number 1. Nice and deep as Kimlin trying to close out that proximity as both Corvettes work their way into outside zone number 2. Stratton exactly where he needs to be. Quickly to outside 2, using the ground to manipulate that Corvette into the inside clip. Kimlin starting to close the proximity now, showing a great amount of speed, but can't quite close the gap as Stratton closes off a fantastic lead lap.
Woo! And you can definitely tell why Dirk Stratton is our #1 qualifier, but Max is not to be counted out. He definitely was hanging back there a little bit in the chase, maybe a few errors, but he's given it all she's got, Corvette against Corvette. Dirk was absolutely dialed in qualifying, and you can see him still dialed there in the lead. fractions off of that inner clip, just doing a phenomenal job. I don't know about you, Mike, but that might be a textbook lead run out of Dirk Stratton.
Yeah, that Oracle Lighting C6 Corvette is doing a fantastic job. Dirk Stratton doing a phenomenal job piloting that thing throughout our course, but it is now his job to chase. Max Kimlin needs to put down the lead lap that the judges want to see, but Dirk Stratton needs to put the pressure on.
Max in the lead position, enters, and Dirk enters right on his door. Ton of proximity as they come across the center section and into outer zone number 2. Max looking a little bit not quite as deep as we'd like to see him in outer zone number 2. As they transition around that inner clip and into outer zone number 3, Dirk is knocking on his door. Oh my God.
I love that dude.
Dirk is
Stratton.
On today.
He
Absolutely on.
He has been driving this Corvette for so many years throughout Formula D, all the grid lives, all the festival events this guy has been driving. He has not changed his setup once it has been dialed in and it is showcasing. Stratton is locked and loaded, and you can see that behind Kimlin's Corvette. Kimlin giving a little bit of a waiver, some steering input, some throttle adjustment, but Stratton is just holding his composure right outside the smoke line, and outside 3, he really starts to showcase, I'm gonna bark right across the finish line. And we do have a winner. Dirk Stratton gets the win. Moving into the next bracket, he's going to see Josiah Feliz.
Yeah, this should be an amazing battle. Obviously, Max did a great job out here today, but Dirk was just so dialed. And it's very hard to compete with that driver. I think he got a 96 in qualifying. He's on today. Today is his day.
I'm just going to throw it out there. Maybe if Max wasn't on his boat this morning, he could have taken out Dirk Stratton, but who knows? But either way, Dirk Stratton taking the win. He's going to see Josiah in his next battle. But on the other side, we're going to go to the other side of the bracket where we see Hop versus Hoffman.
Another exciting battle. These are two drivers who are no stranger to this track. I don't know who has more laps. Probably Brian. He's been driving for an absolutely insane amount of time. He's going to go up against Ricky. Ricky Hoffman qualifying only one spot higher than Brian Hopp. I think their two scores were fractions of a difference apart. So Ricky will lead and Brian will chase in this battle.
I do know both of these drivers have had their team made multiple changes throughout our practice and our warm-up sessions here today. So these machines are now locked and loaded with our temperature dropping. We're now under the lights here around 3 at Raceway Park. It is still a beautiful evening. If you guys have not made it out here to Raceway Park, please, I beg of you, show up. The entire facility is amazing. There's multiple tracks and multiple dirt bike tracks. Go over to racewaypark.com, get yourself signed up for a gambler, get out here and compete. Even if you don't even compete, the practice time alone is worth the drive.
We had drivers stopping practice, so an insane amount of practice time. Even when we have more drivers, they do a 2-day event instead, and there's just an insane amount of seat time. So
you also get to mix it up with some of the best drivers that we could collect from, honestly, around the world. We have international drivers coming down from Canada. We have drivers coming from all over the country to showcase what they're capable of. So it's your turn to get signed up at racewaypark.com. Get yourself over here, and let's see what you got. This is me calling you out. You haven't showed up yet, and you guys talk all this smack on the internet, but you don't show up, so show up.
Let's call Misko out. He's been in the chat all day.
He needs an axle.
Notably absent.
No,
just
he needs
one
an axle. Yeah, one axle a day could keep Misko out on track.
Get your tiniest violin ready for one axle. But more importantly, all 4 drivers that are still in competition are all a part of the last man standing pot. So the decision is not in. We don't know who's getting that $500 on top of their winnings.
Yeah, I mean, everybody left has a $ next to their name. There's money to be had. Especially in the high roller pot, it is basically a driver's pot in the high roller.
Yes.
So there is a ton of money to be made, even with only 10 drivers in the field.
Absolutely.
If we had a top 64 or 32, there'd be so many commas.
Oh my
There'd be so
goodness.
many taxes.
Yes.
The IRS would be so stoked.
So the 235 class, the gambler class, is fixed for the prize amounts, but the unlimited class, the high roller class, that one is open to as many drivers that are in. That's what the prize money is. So it's really neat that they're running 2 classes now, and I think it's cool.
I'm hoping that I can put my machine back under myself so I can come out and compete, because I want to take home one of these big checks. But irregardless, we're going to have our next drivers up on the line. I believe we're going to have Hoffman versus Hopp. Yeah, very likely story, Misko.
We do not care that you're on vacation. We are going to bully you via the chat.
Steve, if you're on vacation, bring me home a souvenir.
We see both of our drivers warming it up in our burnout box simultaneously. One of the great points of having this burnout box design as we do is that both the tires will be warm. As soon as they hit the line, we're ready to send them.
I mean, look at that. They're literally falling right behind each other. There's both the smoke from the car coming out as they click into their positions here on the grid. It looks like Ricky Hoffman's going to take that lead position going up against Brian Hopp in the chase.
Seeing a lot of aggression from Brian already today. He's looking more and more comfortable in that machine, so we'll see what he can do against Ricky Hoffman, who is going to lead this battle.
All right, our yellows are eliminated. The green is on. That means we have all the right way to go as Ricky Hoffman takes the lead and Brian Hopp's the chase. Hoffman clicks in the outside zone number 1. Brian Hopp shortly behind him. Both drivers transition to outside 2. Hopp barks at the side of Hoffman as Hoffman takes the push and runs with it. Hoffman runs through outside 2, doing a great job as Hopp is barking at the side. Hoffman does a great job through the front inside clip. Hopp jumps out of the smoke line, and Hoffman doing a fantastic job in the lead.
Man, Brian Hopp is on a mission today, just jumping into the side of Ricky Hoffman. Let's see this replay here. Ricky Hoffman entering right around where he does, looking super smooth and dialed, allowing Brian to just surge up to the side of him, maybe even some contact going into outer zone number 2. Ricky Hoffman does not look phased by this as Brian is putting it on his door, crossing around that clip, and again, surging up to the side there, falling back just slightly, falling out of angle as they come across the line there. But now it's Brian's turn to lead, and I want to see what he's got.
I'm looking forward to the second half of this battle here. Ricky Hoffman clicking off what the judges want to see in the lead. It's now his turn to chase Brian Hopp with that missile of that MA Motorsports car. Ricky Hoffman with all the real estate he could ask for. Let's see what happens.
The lights are on and away they go. Brian Hopp looking like he's shot out of a cannon, entering right around that 1. Doing a great job getting to outer zone number 1 and coming around to outer zone number 2. A little late to get to outer zone. He is absolutely yapping Ricky Hoffman here as they come around to across that inner clip and around to outer zone number 3. Brian Hopp putting it right where it's supposed to be. Woo! An absolute heater by Brian there. Maybe, if I'm being picky, one small error getting into 2, but there is no arguing the proximity between Ricky and Brian is just not even in the same realm.
Brian Hopp rocket shipping out of that tower, and Ricky just unable to clean up that gap, giving him too much on the front. And Brian Hopp, the missile knows where it is because the missile knows where it isn't, and it's exactly where the judges want it to be.
The missile is not sleepy today, Mike. He's on.
Brian Hopp quaking it. He might have taken out Ricky Hoffman right now, but we're going to have to wait for our judges' final decision.
The gap in the chase position is what's got me here.
Well, Brian Hopp is maybe a tad late getting into outside zone number 2, but the amount of speed that he is carrying is just unmatched to Hoffman, and he does a phenomenal job with the rest of the zones.
I feel like Brian Hopp's bringing an A10 Warthog to a gunfight here, Mike.
Oh, 100%. I think there's left in that machine.
What am I watching? Because we have a result, and it's unanimously a one more time.
All right, well, let's send them back. Ricky Hoffman, Brian Hopp, we need you to put some more rubber underneath of those machines because it's a one more time.
So the judges were noticing a few errors in the chase position. Obviously, Ricky Hoffman was not as close as they would have liked throughout the entire run, but it was pretty consistent at that far back chase. But they saw an error by Brian Hopp as they transition across the track in the chase position. I don't know if he got lost in the smoke or what, but the judges did notice an error there, so they want to see the drivers go one more time. Really, it was a chase against a chase that's coming down here.
Once again, I don't feel bad because both of those cars have great engine package underneath, a JZ power underneath Ricky Hoffman's hood, and that massive V8 underneath Brian Hopp. Both of these cars sound fantastic on the limiter, and I really want to see these guys, honestly, tear off a few panels. All right, thank you guys for joining us here at Raceway Park for round 3. This is the high roller class, our second half of the battle about to take place. Dirk Stratton taking on Josiah. Both drivers clicking into outside zone number 1. Stratton, a great angle into outside zone 1, but Josiah right behind us. Both drivers clicking to outside 2. Stratton starting to take the gap now, with Josiah cutting, clicking. Stratton using all that throttle to manipulate that Corvette up into that front inside clip. Josiah shortly behind him, less than a car length behind him. Stratton doing a great job. A much faster transition to Josiah's S14 and finished off the finish line nice and solid. A great drive from that Oracle Lighting Corvette of Dirk Stratton, but Josiah is shortly behind him in that FDF S14. Stratton doing a great job, nice and deep into outside 1, clicks into outside 2 with lots of confidence. Josiah even giving him too much space as both drivers work through the rest of outside 2. Works through the outside 2 with confidence, goes through that front inside clip. Stratton, a great transition. Josiah giving him a little too much room, maybe a gap there. We're gonna have to see what happens as Josiah now takes that lead position with Dirk Stratton to chase. Big shout out to Pat Gooden trying to scumbag me to spend my money on a new clutch. So I appreciate you at the same time. All right, right back into our second half of the battle here. Josiah takes the lead, Dirk Stratton to chase. Josiah blazes out from underneath that Raceway Park tower. Stratton starts to bite back. Josiah doing a great job. Ton of angle going to outside 2. Stratton gives him a little bit of a gap. Solid drive using that throttle to manipulate into that front inside clip. Stratton right behind us. Both drivers transition to outside 3. Josiah standing on the throttle. Stratton's nice. Starts to bite in across the finish line. These guys are so fast, I can't keep up. Never mind, Sarah left me, so I'm up here just like heavy breathing. But we got the second half of that battle done. Dirk Stratton, Josiah Falaise, both of these drivers coming down with massive amounts of machines and a ton of driver skill set. You guys at home are seeing that side-by-side replay. Dirk Stratton on the left taking that lead, Josiah on the right. Dirk doing a fantastic job with that Corvette, doing what the judges want to see at that checklist. But on the other side, Josiah is doing an equally as good run in his lead position. It's going to be very hard for our judges to decipher who did more mistakes and in what position they did it. I am so glad that I just have to ramble into the stick, and these 3 gentlemen to my right are making all the hard decisions. Make sure you guys light up the chat. Make sure you let them know who you think wins. They're probably going to do whatever they want anyway, but I appreciate it. As we previously stated before, all of our drivers in our high roller class are all currently still on our last man standing pot. So that means every driver here has the chance to take home hundreds of dollars of extra cash on top of the big checks on the podium and all the other ways to win money here at the Gambler. If you guys are just joining us, welcome to round 3 here at Raceway Park. We are halfway through our high roller. That's the unlimited tire run what you brung class here at the Gambler. We just got concluded with Josiah Falaise and Dirk Stratton, and we do have a victor. Dirk Stratton gets the win, taking out the FDF S14 of Josiah. I repeat, Dirk Stratton gets the win. Dirk Stratton, our #1 qualifier here today, really showcasing why he was. He is locked into that lead lap, and that confidence really showed in the judges' eyes. Stratton did a fantastic job through the rest of his chase, and Josiah just leaving a little bit left on the table. But unfortunately, ending his weekend, but putting Stratton into the finals, where we go on the other side of the bracket, waiting for the verdict of their one more time battle between Hoffman and Hopp. Both of these guys have brought out machines more than capable of doing what we ask. We just hope that they can wrestle them throughout our Drift Stadium here at Raceway Park.
And Dirk Stratton and Josiah Falaise are #1 and 2 in our points race. Josiah right now is #1. Dirk Stratton is right behind him, so this could mean a major shakeup of the points as well. We can hear Brian Hopp making his presence known in that burnout box. I believe we are waiting on Ricky Hoffman to get into that burnout box and get up to the line for our next battle. These drivers have already seen competition before, as you just saw, and they will do their one more time battle to decide who sees Dirk Stratton in the finals. Before we do that, though, we will be running a third place battle between Josiah Falaise and whoever loses this battle between Ricky Hoffman and Brian Hopp.
I believe Ricky Hoffman is working his way to the burnout box as we speak, so it'll be moments before we get the prequel to the finals here. We'll figure out who's going to be standing on the box. Here are the high rollers, the unlimited tire class here at Raceway Park, the Gambler. This is round 3. We're just seconds away from getting back to the action of Ricky Hoffman versus Brian Hopp.
All right, I think both of our drivers are on the line, and they're going to send them into the burnout box simultaneously. It is nighttime fully here at Raceway Park. The lights are on. The drivers' headlights are illuminated. Thank goodness both of our drivers actually do have headlights here today. And they're going to warm up those tires and then head to the line.
Premio sausage, the way sausage should be. Just filling in with, little ads. If you guys haven't already, if you're joining us on the live stream, make sure you guys show a love and appreciation to our sponsors in the bottom right of your screen. They help make this series happen every day for our drivers and ourselves. So please show your appreciation. Let them know the Gambler sent you through.
Freedom Motorsports, FDF, 506 Wraps. We have South Bay Fuel Injectors, Volino, Drift HQ, East Coast Drift School. We love all of you guys. Thank you so much for helping us put on these gamblers here. And of course, Tire Stacks, because where would we be without our tires, boys?
Also, a big shout to Flying Monster and all of our drone helping make this live stream possible. A big shout out to Vital Focus Media for helping capture all this, as well as all the other media here. We get into our battle here, Ricky Hoffman and Brian Hopp.
All right, this Ricky Hoffman is leading and Brian Hopp is giving chase. We have some Brian Hopp fans in the chat as Ricky comes looking very aggressive. Oh my gosh, but not more aggressive than Brian as they come into outer zone to number 2. Okay, all right.
Exit stage right.
Brian is finishing this run, but we do need to look at the contact. We do need to look at his contact. Brian Hopp, there is no question that he is aggressive, but I believe if we can see in the replay here, he did hit the side of Ricky Hoffman pretty hefty.
Do it again.
Ricky is allowed to slow down there because that is the before the zone, and we expect our drivers to need to decel right before the zone in order to set up their car. But
I don't know. I don't think Ricky's wheels are connected to his gas pedal. But
Ricky Hoffman did appear to continue driving after that contact and then went wide. So I don't know if it's related. I'm not going to say for certain. All I know is it was the perfect storm between Ricky slowing down to set up for outer 2 and Brian Hopp just being absolutely aggressive. But they're not going to give us a chance to check it out as we line them up and go again. This time, Brian Hopp in the lead, Ricky Hoffman giving chase.
Brian Hopp works his way into outside zone number 2. Ricky Hoffman needs to clean up that proximity as Hopp exactly where he's made. And then this is on the left way, has to readjust his line, giving a chance for Ricky, but Ricky doesn't take it. As Hopp works past that front inside clip and transitions to outside 3. Hoffman trying to clean up proximity. Hopp pulls out of the zone and across the finish line. Both these guys are driving, I feel like they're riding horses that don't listen.
Right. I completely agree that they're riding horses that don't listen because Brian Hopp is like the king of aggression, but then he leaves outer zone 3 early. So I just don't know. I'm going to just sit here.
Well, I know Brian Hopp coming from a VQ car, when you're in doubt, you floor it.
Sure.
But that car is so fast that when you floor it, it does all of it. It does everything you're asking for.
It does the roar.
When he stepped on it, it just pulled him out of the zone.
Yeah.
He rode off that trajectory, which was confident, but unfortunately not where the judges wanted to see them.
I think the problem is exactly what you said earlier, Mike, which is Brian has this absolute weapon underneath him, and he's bringing a ton of speed out of outer zone number 2. We can see it right here. He's on throttle. He's fully committed. He's flat out past the inner clip and then coming in maybe slightly too hot into 3. And so he floats it, fires off, and misses the second half of outer zone number 3.
Now, I will say Hop in that chase position did give a little bit of a punt to Ricky Hoffman, but from somebody from talking from experience, Ricky is no stranger from getting a slight hit to be where he needed to be. So I don't know how much that affected Hoffman through. The judges have to make that final decision. It does look like Hoffman may have had a slight error going in or the completing that outside two, and he may have pulled it off the track in just respect to Brian Hop's car. I wouldn't want to wreck either of those vehicles. I've wrecked one of them before, but I don't want to wreck either of those vehicles. But we don't know.
Right. And we have talked about this previously with the hit. A lot of times a driver will try to do the gentlemanly thing and to drive through a hit. And I feel like Ricky Hoffman was trying to keep it going. He did straighten slightly after the hit. He pulled angle out, and then he went off track. So you can definitely tell that the hit by Brian Hop did alter Ricky's line in the lead. So our judges are going to take a look, and maybe we'll have a second one more time.
Jabbar just brought us pizza, so please hold. Our judges are still working. I'm not. I'm just going to chew this pizza. But our judges are working out our deliberation for that battle. They're putting more fingerprints on the screen, so just hang tight. I'm going to finish off this delicious pizza. And we have a winner. Ricky Hoffman gets the win. Ricky Hoffman gets the win.
And Hop's fucking. Fucking hit him.
All right, so to give a little bit more information about that run, the hit that we were talking about definitely weighed super heavy into how the judges were scoring that. Unfortunately, that is an area where Ricky Hoffman is allowed to slow up to set himself up for outer zone 2. Brian Hop did come in super aggressive, which is what we want to see, but a little bit too aggressive, and did get into the side of Ricky Hoffman. So they are giving it to Ricky on the grounds of that error on Brian Hop's part in the chase, causing an error on Ricky Hoffman's part in the lead. So that means Brian Hop will go up against Josiah Fillets to determine who is our third place driver and going to stand on that podium here tonight. So the stakes are still high. I'm excited to see it. And then after that, we will run our final battle and immediately head over to the podium so we can crown our winners. So stick with us here tonight, guys. We have 2 podiums, 235 and the Unlimited, so keep it up.
Our finals here tonight, Dirk Stratton piloting that Oracle Lighting C6 Corvette going up against Ricky Hoffman with that S14, with that Brangers Racing JZ underneath the hood going up. Dirk Stratton's, I believe, I don't even know how many liters. I'm just going to say all of them. He has a Lingenfelter V8 underneath that car, so I can only assume the catalog is spent at that vehicle. That thing is a monster. It is ready to do battle. Ricky Hoffman and his team resetting his car up in his pit. I see the taillights still on. They are getting locked and loaded for this final battle. I think we will have our third place battle first between Josiah and Hop. But both of those drivers need to go, well, Josiah's probably ready, but Hop needed to go back, cool off from his battle with Hoffman, change some tires out. Those MA Motorsports guys will have that car back up and ready to go. So just moments away from the final battles here of the high roller unlimited tire class of here at round 3 at Raceway Park, the Gambler. That is a 454 Lingenfelter underneath the hood. Thanks for Pat Gooden to sending over the good data. Sarah, where were you? You're supposed to
I'm eating a piece of pizza here, Mike.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
You were supposed to Google things for me.
It's a good thing that you got the facts and data provided to you.
You're right.
By a
research and
fantastic
development
source down there in Florida. Shout out to our good friend Pat Gooden.
All right, with that being said, it is awfully quiet. I don't hear any vehicles running. I need our high roller drivers to report to the grid. I repeat, our high roller drivers, report to surgery. I need you at the grid. We're bored. We would like to see you destroy your things.
We're almost done with our pizza, and we need to see some battles. We need Ricky Hoffman, Dirk Stratton, Josiah Fillets, and Brian Hop up to the line there. We're going to run that third place battle between Fillets and Hop, and then we're going to run our finals between Hoffman and Stratton.
All right, the first time I was kind of polite, nice, if you will. I'm not asking anymore. Our high roller drivers, please report to the grid or we will all lose, and I take the checks. If you guys are curious why there is a little bit of downtime here as we wait for Brian Hop to pull up to the line, he is allowed a certain amount of time to collectively change or set up the car for his next battle of this third place. We do not want to rush Brian Hop and his team throughout, but we do have a time limit that is ticking away as we speak, and they will need to use their 5-minute timeout if they go over that allotment. But as of right now, we are allowing Brian Hop to look over his machine, put on new tires underneath the car, as Josiah is patiently waiting outside of the burnout box for the third place battle. We appreciate your guys' patience as we collect our drivers for the final battles here of the high roller class. Do not shy away from us now, as we are going to announce both our 235 Gambler class and our high roller unlimited tire class winners here momentarily of who's taking home the big checks.
I can hear some cars firing up. I do not think it's who we need, though. Brian. to the line, buddy. Brian Hopp, unless one of your spotters comes up here, we are going to manually use your 5.
Do we have an automatic setting to use the 5?
I'm going to automatically set it.
All right. I feel like it's automatic set instead of a manual.
I see work being done to his car. I want to get, oh, there it goes. I heard it fire up. All right, we're good. We're good. Extinguish the dart. Let's go.
You just got to put up a little pressure on people, you know? That's how you make diamonds. You got to put up a little pressure and they start flourishing. Look at it. He's driving. The headlights are on. Not like Cam, though. He doesn't even have headlights in that Skyline.
We just had to threaten him with his 5, and then there you go. Mm-hmm. You can't dilly-dally when you're in the finals.
By the way, Cam, if you're listening, I understand our 34 headlights aren't cheap. But then put the 32 front back on
What if he has like a whole set in the trailer and he just chooses not to put them on? That'd be funny.
There's probably 6 of them in the container over there. But I mean, I wouldn't want to break them.
Me neither.
That car gives me Kylie Mackey vibes, like old school R32, R34 front.
Yes.
Just saying, if you paint that thing black, it would look tough.
He was looking good in practice, but he just dialed it all the way up for competition, and I totally appreciate that. It's under pressure where he really showed us what he's made of, so I love that. And I hear Brian Hobson-Sheed heading up to the line. So we're going to send him and Josiah into the burnout box to run our 3rd place battle.
All right, our drivers are back there warming up our tires. We can hear that JZ and that massive V8 built by MA Motorsports underneath the hood of Brian Hobbs singing in the background as they get some temperature back into those circles, locking themselves into the grid. Ricky Hoffman taking that lead position first against Brian Hopp to chase.
This should be very interesting since Josiah and Brian Hopp are very evenly matched. They have super, super fast S chassis powered by those huge V8s. And so this should be a really interesting one. I think Brian's going to have no trouble in the chase, and he can really be as aggressive as we've seen him want to be in those previous battles.
Sorry, I said Hoffman was back there, and I lied. It's Josiah. That doesn't even sound like a Jay-Z. I'm literally making stuff up at this point.
You're one battle back. That's all.
You know, maybe I'm just excited to hear a Jay-Z again. Maybe I'm just a little bored.
I'm not bored by a V8 ever, Mike.
Well,
but thanks for playing.
If I had to listen to one V8, it'd be these two. Hopp's number one, but Josiah's
if you had to listen to one, it would be these two together.
If I had to listen to one, it'd be these two.
And here we go with some sweet music. Josiah Blaze leading and Ricky Hoffman giving chase. I don't think any driver has been able to keep up with Josiah as well as Brian Hopp. Look at him showcasing that aggression. You can be aggressive as they're coming around on zone number 2. This is insane, guys. They are cooking across that center section. Looking super styled coming into outer zone at number 3. Give it up! Give it up!
Hopquake! Hopquake! Josiah throwing down the real estate to allow Brian Hopp and that missile to play. Josiah doing exactly what he needs to do, clicking in super aggressive, maybe a tad shy of an outside one, but Brian Hopp shortly behind him. Josiah is locked into outside zone number 2, and Brian Hopp is shortly behind him. Both drivers doing a fantastic job through that front inside clip. Josiah a big dump at the outside 3. Brian Hopp keeping that proximity, not matching the angle perfectly, but he is keeping the action tight.
I think all Brian needed was that car in front of him to really put down that chase run. And now here we go, Brian Hopp leading. Josiah Blaze giving chase. Coming into outer zone number 1. Brian, we get here firing off in that zone. Coming into outer zone number 2, and Josiah checking up to the side of Brian Hopp. Brian Hopp slowing down just a little bit as he gets to the outer zone, end of outer zone number 2. Coming across that inner clip, doing a nice job keeping it standing. Josiah getting a little wide. Whoa. Hang
wow.
on.
We all know both of these machines are fast. And Brian Hopp is doing crazy things to shoot a gap from Josiah, but we don't know how that's going to weigh in the judges' eyes. We're going to have to look at it side by side. Brian Hopp on his lead lap on the right side of the screen is leading Josiah throughout the Drift Stadium here. Josiah with a couple steering inputs, trying to lock himself into outside two. Brian Hopp doing a great job holding a ton of speed, making Josiah hunt him down through that inside clip. Josiah makes his move to outside three, maybe a little too deep as Brian drives away from him. And Brian Hopp on the left side of your screen holding a ton of proximity against the S14 of that FDF of Josiah.
This was a great battle. This could almost be the finals here. These two cars are some of the fastest we've seen in our Unlimited class here today. And you can tell Brian does not need to hold back in the chase, but Josiah also very, very fast, doing a great job in the chase and a great job in the lead. Maybe a small mistake by Josiah in the chase coming into three, but I mean, other than that, they're looking good.
Now, don't forget about our decel zones. We have one coming into outside zone number 2 where our drivers are allowed to decel slightly to set themselves up to land that car where it needs to be, and also a decel into outside zone number 3. Both these drivers doing a great job through that front inside clip. Brian Hopp holding a ton more proximity, but you can see here as Brian Hopp driving into the side of Josiah through outside 3, and Josiah taking a deep dump into outside 3 could come into the judgment here. Like I said before and multiple times, I don't do the math. I just ramble into the stick.
Co-rambler right here. Luckily, we can describe drifting pretty well. We can decide where we see some errors, where we see some great driving. We can pick our favorites, but it is up to the judges at the end of the day, and we're going to await their decision here.
All right, our judges are in alignment. Brian Hopp sitting on the bottom side of the box, taking that third place, but we're not going to announce our winners. We're going to take our winners from our 235s and our high rollers. We're going to put these gentlemen back on the box. We're going to have a whole award ceremony, but we have our final battles first.
Yeah, it's really difficult to ignore Brian Hopp's chase there. It was so aggressive. That's what we want to see out of him. And again, you can't have a good chase without a good lead, so props to Josiah as well. He's going to end up fourth there. So I think there's going to be a big change up for our points battle as well.
Well, that fourth place finish for Josiah definitely helping him with his point series, especially since a few drivers didn't show up this round. So we're definitely going to have to do the math and figure out where that puts Josiah. Definitely not a bad showing here from the FDF S14, but Brian Hopp taking that last spot on the box. And we're going to have to figure out who our winner here today as we go into the finals between Ricky Hoffman and Dirk Stratton. Dirk Stratton piloting that Oracle Lighting C6 Corvette going up against Ricky Hoffman in that Brangers Racing JZ-powered S14.
Our two drivers in the finals have warmed up their tires. I see them heading to the start line. Dirk Stratton, Ricky Hoffman. I'm jazzed. I'm jazzed over here.
I'm looking forward to this. Dirk Stratton has been dialed in. Our P1 in qualifying going up against Ricky Hoffman, who's qualified 6th and making improvements every lap. Our green light is illuminated, and here we go on the first half of the battle.
Dirk Stratton showcasing that Oracle Lighting Corvette coming around outer zone at number 1. Looking super fast, super dialed, but Ricky Hoffman is knocking on his door. Dirk Stratton doing the best today, I think, but Ricky Hoffman is right on his door. Dirk Stratton coming around that inner clip and then heading into outer zone at number 3. Doing a great job there as well, but Ricky Hoffman is right there.
Ricky Hoffman definitely in the show there. Not the proximity we'd like to see going through outside 3, but Dirk Stratton clicking off outside 1. Ricky Hoffman right to the door handle, transitions right behind the Corvette. You can see a little bit of a gap start to form here as the C6 of Dirk Stratton starts to walk away, but Ricky Hoffman's holding his position, trying to close that proximity as they work into that first inside clip. Stratton transitions out, and Hoffman maybe stepped off just a tad to keep it out of the rear end of that Corvette and costing him the line going into outside 3.
Yeah, Dirk is really dialed in lead, but also super aggressive in chase, so this might be it here if we see a super aggressive chase out of Dirk.
Now Ricky Hoffman's now in that lead position. His responsibility is to give all the real estate to that Oracle Lighting Corvette of Dirk Stratton to allow him to showcase to the judges what he's capable of. It's not to be undersold that Ricky Hoffman now has to go through the checklist the judges are looking for to make sure that he is the victor here.
All right, the lights are out and away they go. This time Ricky Hoffman will lead and Dirk Stratton will give chase. Ricky Hoffman out of a rocket ship coming in outer zone number 1, but Dirk Stratton right on his door as they transition across the track and into outer zone number 2. Ricky Hoffman looking dialed up. Just reeling him in as they come around outer zone number 2 to that inner clip across the center section of the track. Ricky Hoffman setting himself up for outer zone number 3 and Dirk Stratton is right there. Dirk showcasing that he has had a great run here. He's stoked on that battle, as you can see by that burnout. And we can see the Oracle lighting illuminating on the side of that Corvette. Nice job here by both drivers.
If you guys are joining us at home on the right side of your screen, you're seeing Ricky Hoffman take his lead lap and Dirk Stratton start to bully him through outside zone number 2. Stratton strategically is holding himself back with some patience here, setting himself up through that inside clip, knowing that he can make up that gap jumping into outside 3 to showcase that he has the control in this battle. Ricky Hoffman doing a solid job in that lead position, but we do have a victor, and that means that we're going to move ourselves down to the bottom side, the back side of the Raceway Park Tower to go to our award ceremony, where we will announce our winners of both our 235 and high roller class.
We're going to have our Unlimited class out there to announce our winner, and also our 235 guys. If you are third or in the finals, we need you guys to head out there so we can announce those winners.
We are just pulling out our victors, our winners, even our losers. Every gentleman and lady that are going to stand on our podium here tonight at both classes of our Gambler.
We're going to get our drivers to the center of the track so we can announce our winner. Now, if we remember, Brian Hopp is in third place here for Unlimited, but we have our two finals drivers going to be out there for the announcement. So we're going to go ahead and head on down.
All right, if you guys are joining us on a live stream, don't worry. We're going to get our drone up and personal with our winners here today. We are just collecting our drivers and getting them down into the Drift Stadium. All their drivers and their machines will be present. Our top three in both our Gambler and our High Roller. That is our 235 restricted class and our unlimited tire. As you guys are being patient and we are going to announce our winners, do not forget to show your love and appreciation to both our event sponsors, our media, our crew, and our drivers for coming out and making this whole party happen. All right, we're just waiting on that FDF skyline of Cam Hutton to come out for the award ceremony. He may have already packed it up into the trailer.
Let's go with that.
All right, well, you guys are already fully aware that Cam Hutton taking that third place, the bottom side of the box of our Gambler 235 tire class. So a big congratulations to Hutton taking third place in the 235. But that brings us to who's going to take home the win. Is it going to be Jimenez or Chris Meyer? We do have a victor in our Gambler class. A big congratulations to the Drifter Vital local of Jimenez, taking home the win here today in the 235 tire class, the Gambler. A big shout out to Chris Meyer taking home the second place spot. Here comes Cam. Casually, look at right side of your screen, there's that FDF skyline. Make some noise for all three drivers of your Gambler class, the 235 restricted tires. Make some noise for your winner here, Jimenez, piloting that E46 BMW, your second place, Chris Meyer, and your third place, Cam Hutton. All right, enough staring at those men awkwardly. We're gonna move on to our high roller, our unlimited tire class. Our third place, which I've already announced, in that MA Motorsports missile. Give it up for Brian Hopp taking home the bottom side of the box, third place. And now for our winner here tonight. Also the winner of the last man standing pot. Both of these drivers drove their ass off. And our winner here today, make some noise for the Oracle Lighting Corvette of Dirk Stratton, taking out Ricky Hoffman. Dirk Stratton is your winner here today at round 3 of the Gambler High Roller, taking out the S14 of Ricky Hoffman. As always, make sure you guys show your love and appreciation. Make some noise for all the drivers, the crew, the media, the track staff, and everybody that comes to join us both live and in person and on the internet. We appreciate you guys for taking your time and your money coming here and joining us at the party at Raceway Park. We love to see you at the next round of the Gambler. Make sure you guys sign up at racewaypark.com as soon as possible. Save some money with that early entry. We love to see you at the next round. Thank you guys for joining us. I'm Mike Perez, joined by my lovely co-host Sarah. We will see you next time.
Thank you.